Good morning and welcome to Day 4 of the ICWI Table Tennis Champions League 2023 here on 360 TV. I'm Vidya Ramphal with the commentary for the preliminary round matches. Today we have the two matches remaining in the preliminary round. QPCC will take on Arima Table Tennis Club. The former champions are bowing out of the competition. They have very little chance of making it into the next round. QPCC have won 3 matches today in the tournament to date, and they will be looking to wrap up a place in the semi-finals of the competition. As for Legends and Solo Crusaders, that's the match we will be focusing on here today. And as you can see on the right-hand side, former Caribbean champion Trevor Foley, he will be up against the youngster Malik Gopal in this one. An encounter which is big pressure here on the youngster Malik Gopal. He has to win this match to keep Crusaders in with a chance of making it to the semi-finals. Legends, they have won 2 of their matches so far, losing out to QPCC. They would be relatively safe, but they would certainly not want to give the Smalta Crusaders a chance of getting into this final. They need to win this game and take care of business themselves. Here's how it's gone so far for the Legends. Legends have beaten PowerGen 3-0. They've also taken care of business against Arima 3-0. That's a team they lost to in the finals last year. And they also went down 2-3 to QPCC in a very, very close encounter. One that, even though they lost it, you would feel that they've come out on a very good stead there, matching up well against QPCC. As for Smalta Crusaders, 3-0 win over Arima, went down in their second game, and then in their third, that was the critical loss for them. They lost to the PowerGen team. So Crusaders need to win this tie to have a chance to make it into the next round. And this is action in Group 2. As for Group 1, well, the teams have already been decided. Basically, Blasters have gone through. Here we are with the start on Table 1. First point to the youngster Malik Gopal. Good start for him against Trevor Foley. Already Foley showing off that he's just going through the gears at the moment against young Gopal, who's ahead 2-1. Yeah, he's not quite up to it quite yet here, Foley. A little bit of loop finally in it for Foley, and here's a chance to serve, and he pulls it back to 3-all. And just showing up some football skills there. No need for the towel break. It's come and gone. Neither player deciding to go for it. That one taking the net and dropping kindly there for Foley. And he's taking a 5-4 lead here. And a good matchup here for Foley, who's wearing the name Falowski. Obviously in sympathy to one of his player that he does, in fact, admire a lot. On the other table just behind, you can see QPCC against Arima. Arima out of it. QPCC 3 wins in a row. They will certainly be in the finals. And at the second towel break, just a brief respite here for the youngster Malik Gopal of the Crusaders team. With Crusaders needing to win here. Foley can ill afford to lose this game, so needs to get himself going here. Foley has won so many titles, the Reliability Maintenance Services Limited Super Singles, one of the many titles that he has won in his illustrious career, the man out of Barbados. Now that miss has brought it back to 9-all. There was the opportunity there for Gopal to take a game point finally. And there he is. He's now up to game point. So a point away from taking the first game, and perhaps the green shoots of recovery here for the Smalter Crusaders, correction. And that's 10-all. Foley fighting back. Just pushing the youngster back. Opens up the table well. And finally pulls ahead. So Foley on the brink here of taking or snatching the first game of the match. And there it is, 12-10. Foley has done the job for his team, and all is good in the world again for the Legends team. Losing out to Queen's Park in one of their matches, and they are now ahead by 1-0, 12-10 so far. Malik Gopal going down in the first game. So after some words of advice here from Anthony Brown, the coach and a leading player of the Smalter Crusaders, Foley here just about ready to get back in. In the background, Yuvraj Dukran playing against Levi Percival, one of two brothers from Guyana playing in the tournament. Dukran to the right of your picture, Percival to the left, of course, in the purple outfit. And Dukran's already got raced off to a 3-0 lead there. That is a game in which the Percival brothers, Levi and Umar, despite they've lost all 3 of their games so far, but if they can get a win there, well, it's not going to help them in terms of getting back into it. Well, here we are, game number 2 here. Trevor Foley taking the first 12-10 against the youngster Gopal. And again, he's got them on the run here. Foley taking the first point on offer. Young Gopal in the trials last year, June 2022, winning both the TNT under 15 and under 19 boys title. A lot is thought of this youngster. But he has his hands full against the vastly experienced Trevor Foley here, who has battled many, including the Titan himself, the late Trinidad and Tobago player, Dexter St. Louis. There's a match between those two on YouTube. It's some watching, at least some clips of that, at the Winchester Table Tennis Tournament. Overpowered once again here by Foley, but it is Gopal that leads 4-3 at the moment. And another excellent drive there down the line, and Foley starting to put the pressure back on the youngster. Bit more loop there introduced by Gopal. Foley unable to cope this time around. .6-4 ahead now, Gopal, similar to the first game, which he went ahead, actually had the opportunity to take up a game point. Fortunately for him, Foley was able to prize out 3 points and take the first game. That's a nice looking drive. Foley also coaches one of his players that he does coach in Barbados. That's a good point. Foley draws back level. The Combermere student, Alex Henry, got scholarship to the renowned Grantham College in England for 2 years. That's back in 2022. He's Foley, a former Barbados table tennis champion and a certified level 3 coach. Good work there by Foley. And you can see he's not altogether happy with the quality of his play at the moment. Yeah, we'll try to put some spin onto that one into the corner. Didn't get enough of it. 9-all in the second game here. After this match, Arun Rupnarayan will be taking the table for the Legends against Anthony Brown. Two marquee players matching up. Andrew Edwards against Nkosi Rouse also in the mix. Well, again here for the young Gopal, had a chance to bring up match point. Well, he had game point there. Foley's back into it again. Oh, that's excellent. Flicking that one beautifully past Foley. And another game point here for young Gopal. Chance to go 1-all up. And that's erased here by Gopal. And the youngster just shaking his head as if to indicate to Foley that was a brilliant shot. And it certainly was. Oh, just missing that one. Game point again. Third game point for Gopal. He knows that Foley has to chase the things, and there it is. Foley, 12-all. He's hanging tough here, the experienced Barbadian. But can he close it out here and take a 2-0 lead? Still a deuce. Oh, into the net. Missed that one. Fourth game point here for young Gopal. And is the former under-19 champion, under-15 champion. Can he close it out? Can't. Again, the latent power there shown by Trevor Foley has come to the fore. Gopal will have the chance, though, to serve. Oh, Foley just got that one all wrong. He's trying to be a bit too cute there. Another game point. Oh, that's brilliant. He's taken it. And there is Gopal, has pulled it back. It's one game apiece. And Gopal has taken this one 15-13. Excellent performance from the youngster. And after his sixth game point, has closed out the game 15-13. He's now at, this game is now tied at 1-all. Foley taking the first 12-10 and Gopal taking the second 15-13. Legends versus Smalter Crusaders, preliminary round match. Quarterfinals, semifinals and finals coming up later today. Blasters and QPCC certainly true to the semifinals after winning their matches so far. QPCC and Blasters unbeaten in the competition. 4 teams in the first group. So that's pretty much done and dusted. For Group 2, however, with 5 teams, permutations have been a bit different. Young Crusaders man getting some words of advice from his coach Anthony Sandfly Brown, the celebrated Trinidad and Tobago player, having an animated discussion with the youngster. Carly Cleveland, the man in charge for today, the scorer for today, has called time, and here we go. Game number 3. It is Foley to serve. Has to get more. The youngster hasn't been able to deal with his power. He's definitely has a lot of quality, this youngster, but Foley has not been able to overpower him enough in this match. It's not clicking for Foley at the moment. Has to get himself going here. Big pressure on the youngster Gopal. Well, he's not happy at all. And another, it's been an error-strewn performance from him. Gopal ahead 4-3. Every now and again we see just those glimpses of what Foley is able to produce. But it has been an impressive performance so far from Malik Gopal. Again, no answer to Foley's power. Oh, and again, there's a fair amount of anger in those shots here from Trevor Foley. And finally, he's opened up a lead for the first time in this tie so far. We're seeing Foley opening up a lead. For the first two games, young Gopal has hung tough with him and has managed to pinch a game off him. But now, we're seeing the power here of Foley. And he's motoring through here. 2 points away from wrapping up the game. Just too short. Just too much bounce on that. And Foley has powered his way to 6 game points here. 6 game points. So 6 game points to Foley and a chance to go up 2-1 in this tie. And there it is. Easy game here for Foley. Has wrapped this one up 11-4. And that's what we would have, I'm sure that the Legend supporters would have been hoping to see from Trevor Foley. Back on for him here. 12-10, 13-15, 11-4. 1 game away from wrapping up this match and giving the Legends a 1-0 lead against Malta Crusaders in this one. It will be a tough task indeed. Well, in the other match on at the moment, Yuvraj Dukram is having a fairly easy time against Levi Percival. Already 2 games to 1 up and leading 8-2 in the third. And Levi Percival cutting a very frustrated figure at the moment against the Queen's Park Cricket Club player, Yuvraj Dukram, QPCC. Here's Malik Gopal to serve at the start here. Nicely flicked away. He's moving his young opponent around the table a lot here. Not giving him a chance to settle at all. Problems here for Gopal as Foley's already opened up a 2-1 lead. Can get a couple of cheap points here in. Could find himself running away with this one as the confidence of the youngster might ebb away. Still, it has been a pretty good performance here from Gopal against the former Caribbean champion, Trevor Foley. He went for it, missed it just to the right. First towel break, it's 3-all for Gopal. Coming up in just a few minutes perhaps, it's going to be Arun Rupnarayan, marquee player for the Legends team, up against Anthony Sandfly Brown for the Malta Crusaders. And yeah, another flash of brilliance there from young Malik Gopal. Bit too long that time. Earlier this year, Malik Gopal and Gabriel John lost out in a close encounter against the Dominican Republic pair of Alexander Perez and Tejada Alexander in the boys under 15 final. Gopal was also part of the mixed doubles under 15 team that won bronze medal in the Caribbean Championships. He and Chloe Fraser teaming up there. So another one of these young upcoming players, Malik Gopal, that a lot is expected of in the future. Oh, brilliant. Foley was waiting for that and found the corner and has opened up a lead finally. 1 point lead at the moment. Back on level terms in game number 4. Yeah, it has been a fairly disjointed performance here from Trevor Foley. Not sure that he's going to write home about this one, and will have positive things to say about it. Just jammed that one towards the elbow. Always difficult to deal with those, no matter who you are. Foley has to be careful here. 1 point away from bringing up a game point. And has erased that. Potentially, Foley is just 2 points away from winning this tie. However, it is Gopal that brings up game point here. Chance here to level it up at 2-all. And there it is. Gopal has done brilliantly here to come back and tie this one up at 2-all. He has taken the 4th game, 11-9. Great stuff here from the youngster. And he has really looked good so far in this match against the Legends player, Trevor Foley out of Barbados. Here's the scores so far. Trevor Foley winning the first set, 12-10. Losing out in the second, 13-15. And winning the third comfortably, 11-4. But has lost out in the 4th game, 9-11. So we are in a decider at the moment. Exactly the start that the fans here, the neutrals, would have been hoping for, to see a bit more of these two at the opposite ends of their careers. Trevor Foley, an illustrious career, brilliant career for Barbados, and playing brilliantly here in Trinidad and Tobago, and has had his fair share of titles here. And the young up-and-coming star, Malik Gopal, hanging tough here in a position where he could have gone out 2 points away. Did very well to pick up those last 2 points and force a decider. It's Foley to start off here with the serve. Not an auspicious start here for Folowski, as he wants to be called. Number 73. Anthony Brown is doing the warm-ups at the moment, but still some of his teammates here watching on. And Kosi Rouse is there. 2-all. Excellent serve that earns that point. Foley going just too long. Aaron Rooknarine is due to play next. He's there in support of his teammate, Foley. And at the first towel break, 4-2 Foley ahead. Gopal just looking a bit frustrated here, just knocking that one high up into the air. And Foley responds in the best possible way. Just slamming that one past the youngster to take up a 5-2 lead. So they switch over here in the last set, 5-2. Very deceptive. The first one just flicking it over the net with a lot of loop. The second one, with a lot more power into that. Youngster didn't bought that one. Still, it's just a couple points away here. And again, excellent. Oh, very sneaky there from Foley, finding the corner, shaped up as though he was shaping up to block that one back, flicking it with that pancake flip into the corner. And again, going the other way this time. Yeah, It's an important tie here for the Smalter Crusaders, hoping that they would have gotten a great start here. They have, but Gopal struggling and now on the brink of match points. 7 match points here for Foley. And there it is. Match point comes and has been converted. Foley takes it 3-2, and that is after taking the final game 11-3. So he has won this match. And here's how it's gone. Trevor Foley, in a seesaw battle with young Malik Gopal, has won this match 12-10, 13-15, 11-4, 9-11, 11-13. So that is one up. The Legends against Smalter Crusaders. Coming up next, Aaron Rupnarine will be taking the table for the Legends, and he will be coming up against a legend in his own right, Anthony Sandfly Brown, for the Smalter Crusaders. That's up next. In the other tie which is going on at this time, that's on the other table. Here's Brown, just on the right side of your picture, against young Aaron Rupnarine, in the dark outfit. Just the pleasantries. Brown certainly well known and very well liked in the table tennis circles. And if you haven't seen him for a while, now playing with the glasses and has a heavy knee band on his right knee. So these two just about to warm up. In the other tie, just to remind you, Yuvraj Dukram be defeating Levi Percival in 3. Darren Douglas, the marquee player for Queen's Park, he's up against Umar Percival in the next game. Levi Dukram on the left of the picture, just behind Brown and Rupnarine. Table tennis, just as it with the game tennis. Tennis, one of these sports in which you warm up with your opponent. Majority of other sports, you warm up by yourself or with your teammates. Not so in this one. So here we go with the start of matchup number 2 in this Legends Smalter Crusaders tie. You're watching action in the ICWI Table Tennis Champions League 2023. Aaron Rupnarine on the right side of your picture against Anthony Sandfly Brown on the left. This one promises to be a high-quality encounter. Two of the best players around in Trinidad and Tobago table tennis. Rupnarine to serve. And a great start here by Rupnarine. And Brown finally on the board. Another good point there. Brown hasn't had the best of tournaments so far. Lost out to youngster Darren Douglas in 4 sets. Brown also played against Umar Percival and took that one in straight sets, in straight games, I should say. 3-0. And in the second day of play, Brown was also in action there and got past his opponents fairly comfortably. So has been maybe not the best tournament he's had. Several of the youngsters showing off their quality here. Aaron Rupnarine hoping to show off some of his qualities against Anthony Brown. So far, after a 3-0 lead, Brown has pulled it back to 5-4. He's got enough on that to put off Brown. Yeah, had that one for the taking there, Rupnarine. Just a bit long. Certainly had, to go to the second towel break here, he certainly had the lead or the advantage in that particular rally. Fortunately, unable to find the drive into the corner. Brown, the Brown Bomber as they call him, is certainly showing why he's given that name, the Crusaders man. Has been a rock in this Crusaders team over the years. Easily the main player identified for this team. Rupnarine 2 points away here on taking the first game. And there he is. He's brought up 4 game points here, and Brown certainly not looking at all satisfied with how his play has gone so far here. And there it is. First game to Aaron Rupnarine. 11-6 here. So he is rolling already. And Anthony Sandfly Brown has some work to do here. Smalter Crusaders already trailing Legends by 1-0 after Trevor Foley pulling off a 3-2 win over Malik Gopal. Aaron Rupnarine already 1 game to the good against Anthony Brown. Coming up, it's Andrew Edwards against Nkosi Rouse. And Edwards entrusted with the opportunity to close things out for the Legends here today. Just to remind you, in Group 2, QPCC already through to the semi-finals. Legends, they have won 2 of their games, losing only to QPCC. Crusaders winning 1 and losing 2. They have their work cut out for them. They have to win this tie, and they have to win it pretty comfortably to get into that semi-final. Here's how it's going so far in terms of games won. Legends 8-3 in terms of win-loss going into this game. Crusaders 5-6. So right now they are poised at 5-7. And for the Legends team, it's now 9-3. So they certainly have the advantage at the moment. And right now it's looking pretty much unlikely that Crusaders will be going into the semi-finals. The loss by Malik Gopal would have seemed as though that may be their last chance to make it. So it is pretty much a dead rubber at the moment here, but a lot of pride and professional spirit still to play for. And the Bomber showing off his wares there. Lovely shot into the corner that Rupnarine could not handle. The other game on, Darren Douglas ahead 2-0 and 6-0 in the third. Well, he's trying to loop that back into the course, but Rupnarine, former University of Trinidad and Tobago player, certainly has been away from the game for a while, back in and looking pretty good here. Back in 2015, he was certainly in top form. won all 3 titles at the Solo National Junior Table Tennis Championships at the Central Regional Indoor Sporting Arena. Won the under-21 mixed doubles, under-21 boys doubles, and the under-21 singles crown in the same day. Red letter day for Aaron Rupnarine back in 2015. Yeah, I just tried to flick that one into the corner, but Brown was just had too much on the previous shot. Rupnarine still ahead 5-2 here. And well, the veteran wore that one straight into the midriff. And again, he continues to struggle here against Rupnarine, who's ahead by 5 points, 7-2 at the moment. These matches being played here at the Center of Excellence in Macoya. First time that this venue is being used by the Table Tennis Association. So far, everything has gone swimmingly well. 9 teams are participating in the ICWI Table Tennis Champions League. Defending champions have already been dethroned. That's Arima. They will not be progressing into the semi-finals. So new champions to be crowned this year. And everything has gone according to seeding. Queen's Park looking to win out in Group 2. Group 1 Blasters with the #1 player, Aaron Wilson. They have already won out their group and they're into the semi-finals. Blasters and Jess Win are the 2 teams qualifying out of Group 1. And with the 5 players in Group 2, not quite as clear. And there is the opening, there is the second game going to Aaron Rupnarine, and a fairly comfortable win here for him, 11-2 against Anthony Sandfly Brown. So Aaron Rupnarine leading 11-6, 11-2 so far. And looking to wrap up things here for the legends in the second matchup. Andrew Edwards and Nkosi Rouse will be playing in the third match. Edwards entrusted with the responsibility of wrapping things up for the legends and their place, you feel, in the semi-finals with Queen's Park. I think certainly they are already there, because a victory here for Aaron Rupnarine will put them up 10-3. The tiebreaker is if teams end up on the same number of wins, is the ratio 9-3, a ratio of 3-1. Is very, very good here for the Legends team. Aaron Rupnarine can wrap things up here with victory in this third game. He's leading by 2 games to nothing. 11-6, 11-2. He's won the first 2 against Anthony Brown. And Brown just looking at his shoulder there as if to suggest not quite in the right position there. Very quickly into his getting into an aggressive posture there, Rupnarine, and taking a 2-0 lead. That's very good there, showing his experience, Brown, in picking up the point. Well, something might be wrong with the ball. Scorer Carlisle Cleveland has been on top of everything. Vastly experienced campaigner. And as they are allowed to, after a new ball has come in, they're allowed just to make sure that it's in good shape. And it is Rupnarine to serve, leading 2-1 in the third game. Yeah, he just nods to Brown as if to suggest excellent bit of work there. Brownie? Net called by the official, Cleveland. Oh, brilliant work. Read that one beautifully there, Brown. redirected it into the corner away from Rupnarine. Much closer start to this third game. Rupnarine ahead 4-3. Rupnarine, the son of Vasudev Bob Rupnarine, was appointed Secretary General of the Caribbean Region Table Tennis Federation earlier this year. Bob, a well-known name in local table tennis. Rupnarine was one of 6 appointed to the new executive at the annual general meeting in Georgetown, Guyana. And certainly, even during that event, a moment of silence was observed for the late Verna Edwards. Wonderful contribution she made in Trinidad and Tobago and the wider Caribbean as a player, an ITTF blue badge umpire also. Brown hanging tough here in this third game. And that has worked well for him so far in this match, but not that time. Just missing that one, stamping the foot in a bit of a disgust there, Brown. Rupnarine now finally opening up some distance here. There's finally some daylight between the two at the second towel break. 7-5. Well, that penultimate shot there for Rupnarine, he was actually about 3 feet under the table, but he played that one with a huge amount of topspin to get that one to drop safely on the other side. And again, that play that has worked well for Brown in this match has not fired for him this time. Tried to go down the line again with the forehand, but the backhand correction. Couldn't find the corner. And now this is match point. 4 match points here for Aaron Rupnarine. And converts at the first attempt. 11-6 in the third game, and he has also wrapped up this match by 3 games to nothing. 11-6, 11-2, 11-6 against former champion Anthony Brown. And that is the Legends up by 2-0 here in this tie. And the Legends pretty much wrapped up their place in the semi-finals along with Queen's Park Blasters. And Just Win already waiting in the semi-finals, so it promises to be quite an exciting encounter. So Trevor Foley and Aaron Rupnarine doing the business for Legends against Malik Gopal and Anthony Brown respectively. In the third match, Andrew Edwards will be taking on Nkosi Rouse, and Andrew Edwards for the Legends and Nkosi Rouse for the Malta Crusaders, and he has, Edwards that is, the responsibility of winning this tie and confirming Legends' place in the semi-finals. The toss has been made, and it is going to go to Andrew Edwards, better known as Drew by his friends. We're just about ready for the start of the warm-up. In the meantime, QPCC close to wrapping up their win against Arima Table Tennis Club in their other game. They've already had 2 wins. Yuvraj Dukram defeating Levi Percival. Darren Douglas getting past Umar Percival pretty comfortably. Joshua Maxwell, the winner of the national championships last week, the singles tournament. He's on the left of your picture, just in the background. And he's up against Alex Henry, another one of the upcoming youngsters here in Trinidad and Tobago. And right now, at the moment, in the background, Joshua Maxwell, 10-4 ahead of Alex Henry, and just about to wrap up the first game. We'll be back with more here at the ICWI Table Tennis Champions League 2023. Here's the start of the third matchup between Legends and Smalta Crusaders. Legends leading 2-0 with Trevor Foley and Aaron Rupnerine winning their games earlier today. Andrew Edwards on the right side of your picture. He's up against Nkosi Rouse. Rouse has played well in patches. There are segments of the game when he does things like that and he's absolutely unplayable. But then hasn't quite been able to consistently play at that level all the way through this competition. But definitely a lot to work with here for this Crusaders team. Brilliantly done there by Rouse. Has to keep his team's hopes alive here, Rouse. Rouse actually played the very first matchup of this tournament against Yuvraj Dukram again for QPCC. Went down 8-11, 5-11, 5-11 in that match. There were patches that he picked up a lot of points, but Dukram was just very good consistently all the way through the game and unable to get the victory. Edwards was just trying to do too much with that. A little wry smile on his face as he steps back to the table. Knows he should have put that one away. Having a look at the ball there, Carlisle Cleveland, and has gone for a new one. Might just be the contact, the ball making contact with something just around. A lot of hard surfaces around here. And again, a little fist pump there from Nkosi Rouse as he is in front by 2. 3-point lead for Rouse here. And game point. He's brought up 4 game points here at the moment. And Rouse looking to wrap up the game here. There's a bit more bounce in him at the moment. And there it is, 11-6. He's taken the first game. So Andrew Edwards has some work to do here. If he is to wrap up things for Legends, he will have to do it in 4 at the moment, because that is a very good win for Nkosi Rouse in the first game. He's taken the first 11-6. Meantime, in the background, Joshua Maxwell has just taken the second set for Queen's Park against Arima. So Arima on the brink now of being beaten here 3-0 by the powerful Queen's Park team. Yuvraj Dukram and Darren Douglas already completing victories. Maxwell is just 1 game away. And as for Rouse, has won the first game here 11-6. A chance for the Smalter Crusaders to get back into this tie. So you're watching action in the ICWI Table Tennis Champions League, 3rd edition of the league, first won by Queen's Park back in 2021. Last year it was the turn of the Arima Blasters team. Arima, correction, not Blasters, but the Arima team won last year. This time they've gone out in the first round, so new champions will be crowned. Will it be Queen's Park, the 2021 winners, or will it be the Carenage Blasters, certainly one of the best teams in the competition so far, led by the young player Wilson. Rouse with the air shot there. Just missing out. For 1 lead for Rouse so far, and Nkosi Rouse. Bit too long that time, so a window here for Andrew Edwards to try to get a foothold into this game. Good stuff there. Brought back the first 2. He was there for the first 2, but not the third. Too much aggression there by Rouse. Sustained pressure there from him. Excellent work there by Edwards, but unfortunately that one's into the net. That is called as a net, so it will be served back to Edwards. Yeah, that one popped there on Rouse and sent that one skyward. Air shot again there from Edwards. Rouse has really looked good in this match. He hasn't had a huge amount of success in this tournament, but enjoying himself here against Edwards. Good work there by Edwards to win that point from a defensive posture. 8-6. Can he launch a comeback here? Well, excellent serve. A lot of underspin on that, and Rouse playing all over it. Not for the first time in this game. One of the best rallies off the mat so far. Edwards in frustration knocks that one away. Usually the point goes to the player who goes for the first topspin shot. And it certainly did on that occasion. Most of the time in this tie, it's been Nkosi Rouse who has gone on the aggressive posture first. Rouse just a point away now from taking a 2-0 lead. And he's using the towel break just to calm things down. That's referred to in other sports as icing the kicker. Just taking a short break or enforcing the break just at the time when your opponent is about to do something special. 8-10. Rouse a point away from the win. And into the, well, it does work this time, but he still has 2 game points here in Nkosi Rouse. And again, he's pulled it back to deuce. Great work here by Andrew Edwards. Pulling back from the brink, 3 straight points for him. Make that 4. Game point for him now. From 3 game points down, now he's had a game point of his own. And Edwards trying to tie it up here. Ooh, just too long. Sends that one into a different postal code. Back to deuce. So the official, Mr. Cleveland, just having a look just to make sure the ball's fine. And all is good in the world again. That is an excellent shot there by Rouse that has given him a fourth, make that a 4th game point. And that has been erased here by another excellent bit of play. Nice subtlety in the short play here from Andrew Edwards. That's long. He has a game point again. Rouse has had 4. Edwards, his 2nd game point. Can he convert at the 2nd attempt? And does. Yes, he does. 14-12, and this one is tied up at 1 apiece. So excellent comeback there from Edwards, staring down the barrel of going down 2-0. Well, he battled back, won 3 straight points, and has at his 2nd calling for the game point, has taken it 14-12. So Andrew Edwards and Nkosi Rouse tied at 1-1. If needed, Aaron Rupnarayan will come back to play Yannick Lewis in the next game. Well, in the other match on, Queen's Park versus Arima Table Tennis Club. Darren Davis winning his match earlier. Joshua Maxwell, 2 games to nothing ahead. Then lost the 3rd to Alex Henry. That one just about, the game 4 just about to start there. You're watching Action, the ICWI Table Tennis Champions League, and we're broadcasting here on 360 TV. Thanks so much for joining us. Hope you've enjoyed the coverage so far. Stanley Hunt is due to join me later on for the quarterfinals, semifinals, and the finals. Beautiful play there by Rouse. He's there for the first one, but just was jammed by the next. Edwards starting to find some self-belief here. Just as you say that, one that he should have brought back. Fiery stuff there from Rouse. 2-all in the third game here. Pivotal game, you feel? Very good return, and that set up. Rouse going aggressive after that excellent return there by Edwards, who forges ahead 3-2. What a comeback it will be if Edwards can somehow find a way to get ahead 2-1 and win this tie. That will be Legends closing it out, but Rouse certainly has played a lot better in the first couple of games. Really should have converted and won that second game, but wasted 4 game points. Couple of serves here for Edwards. Looking like all is not right in terms of his internal monologue at the moment. Bit too much into that. Never located the opposite side of the table. So far, Legends have ruled the table here with 2 wins already. That's a net. Oh, that was great. That is at the point of absolutely no return, just clipping the edge of the table. That's a brilliant point there by Nkosi Rouse, as deep as you can get without losing the point. Rouse starting to open up a little lead here. Can he now find his mojo once again and get ahead 2-1? Well, there's a school of thought that you should never allow your opponents to see you bleed. But right now at the moment, Edwards' body language not looking very positive, as he's starting to feel that frustration again as Rouse starts to turn on the pressure. Oh, brilliant stuff there by Rouse. That will give him a lot of confidence, and he's closed out the third game 11-6. So Rouse back in front by 2-1 now, and this has been a seesaw battle in this match so far. Rouse has easily been maybe the better player in this game. Certainly in the first set, first game he was winning 11-6. Second game had the opportunity to close things out 4 times. Missed out on all 4, lost that second game 14-12, but we're back to normal service it seems. He's won the third 11-6 and is now on the hill. Chance here for him to wrap things up. In the meantime, Queen's Park have wrapped up a 3-0 lead win over Arima Table Tennis Club, and that confirms the departure of Arima Table Tennis Club from the tournament. They are now out completely after losing all 3 of their matches, just winning 1 game in the tournament, and they are out after losing to Queen's Park by 3-0. Arima certainly not the team that won last year, lost several of their players, but here we are with the Legends and Smalter Crusaders involved in a big battle here, and Rouse looking the more likely of the 2 players to take this game. And he is to serve as we start off game number 4. And has started well. And that malaise that has affected Andrew Edwards has seemed to follow him here into this 4th game. Good work by Rouse. Really aggressive play from the taller of the 2 men. Rehearses the right shot after. Edwards unable to contain the power here of Rouse. And certainly between these two at the moment, Rouse, the body language is looking far more positive. And if you had to choose who is going to win in this match, I think it has to be Rouse at the moment. They're ahead 2-1. And far more dominant in each of the rallies. Yeah, just missing out that time. Good work though by Edwards, you have to say, to bring that back. After this match, Aaron Rupnarine, if needed, will be back in to play against Yannick Lewis, but I would suspect that he might be in because Edwards not looking in the best of moments at right now. Don't write him out just yet, though. Flurry of points, yes, a couple of cheat points, and he could be very well back into this. And Edwards starting to find himself. The body language improving, looking a bit more comfortable at the moment. Brilliant drive again. We've seen quite a few of these from Nkosi Rouse in this game, and another one. Motion starting with the legs, going up through the core, and then into the arms, the wrists, and the fingers. It's now or never here for Andrew Edwards. And again, 3 straight points here for Edwards. Rouse just seems to play in spurts, play well in spurts. That just seems to lose the plot a bit. I guess that's one of the areas that he will hope to be more consistent if he is to challenge the top players here in Trinidad and Tobago. And Nkosi Rouse, it's a bit more consistency in his play. Oh, Edwards on the comeback trail here. That's 5 straight for him. Wow. He's found his mojo again. Finally drops one. Rouse still not out of this, just 2 points behind here. Too much power in that drive there from Rouse, who hit that. The contact point maybe just slightly behind his body, but he got so much power into that. There's no returning it. Just missed it. It was there for the taking. But very great defensive work there by Rouse. A couple of times in that rally, he seemed to be second best. Took the point. That's exactly what he needed, a cheap point here after a couple of really fine rallies. That's missed again, and finally it is looking like it's going to be game point here, match point here for Rouse. 10-9, hanging tough here. Another match point here for Nkosi Rouse. And there it is. Smalta Crusaders are back on the board, and Nkosi Rouse winning game number 4, match number 4, 11-9, and he has closed out victory. So Smalta Crusaders have closed it back to 2-1. Trevor Foley and Aaron Rupnarine winning earlier today, and now Rouse has taken care of Andrew Edwards to bring it back to 2-1. So now we'll see here, Legends versus Smalter Crusaders. Aaron Rupnarine will take the table once again. The marquee player for the Legends, he'll be up against Yannick Lewis in matchup number 4 of this ICWI Table Tennis Champions League preliminary round match between Legends and Smalter Crusaders. We'll have more after this. So here we go. It is matchup number 4, Legends versus Smalter Crusaders. Aaron Rupnarine, the marquee player for Legends, to the right of your picture. He's up against Yannick Lewis, and the youngster will have a pretty tough test here against Aaron Rupnarine, who's already completed victory by 3-0 against Anthony Sandfly Brown. Rupnarine winning 11-6, 11-2, 11-6 earlier today. Just 14 points he allowed Brown, one of the great players in Trinidad and Tobago history, earlier today. So Rupnarine will be looking for an early one here against Yannick Lewis. Yannick Lewis, as you probably would identify, named after the French Open tennis champion of 1984. Yannick Noah, the excellent and the brilliant player whose Rastafarian hairstyle certainly would have inspired many, including Rook, the famous former Netherlands player, and inspired a couple of names here in Trinidad and Tobago. Young Yannick Lewis, not the only Yannick we know. There's Yannick Karaya and Yannick Otley, the 2 Trinidad and Tobago cricketers with the same first name. Rupnarine finding himself in some form here earlier this year. He lost out to Aaron Wilson in the ICWI Silver Ball Seniors. That's in June earlier this year. Rupnarine had beaten Luke O'Young in the semi-finals earlier this year, but Wilson winning the finals 3-2. Come from behind a win for Wilson earlier this year. 10-12, 9-11, 11-8, 11-6, and 11-7 in the final set. And there it is. Very, very quick hold here by Aaron Rupnarine, winning the first game 11-1. That is the most dominant of the scorelines we've seen in any game so far in this contest. And for young Yannick Lewis, yeah, he is will certainly have his hands full here, and he knows that already. Very, very quick, within the space of a couple of minutes, maybe about 5 minutes or so. Aaron Rupnarine already ahead by 1-0. Just to remind you, the 4 teams in the semi-finals already decided here. Blasters and Just Win have qualified of the Group 1, which their play would have ended 2 days ago. Group 2, Queen's Park and Legends are the teams that will go through. Crusaders, even if they come back to win this tie, they do have Nkosi Rouse's win to go with it. They will still not qualify for the semi-finals because it will be the team from the Legends that will go through to the semis. Legends are hoping to get to their 3rd straight finals. Oh, brilliant. That is wonderful stuff there by Aaron Rupnarine. Certainly read that very well. And even as the youngster, Udall Lewis, is building up a head of steam, finds a way to win the point. Ryan ahead 3-2. Looking to go 2 sets up here. So already the youngster's done a lot better than his first game. And perhaps a bit overawed here. You know, he's coming up against one of the best players in the country. So he has to fight. Remember that he's has to play the ball that's coming to him and not the player. Brilliant, nicely done. Sparks of some sparks of brilliance here from Yannick Lewis. That one just touching the net, a signal by Carlisle Cleveland. One more serve here for Rupnarine. And that's long. 7-3 now ahead, and suddenly when it's on his serve, he has been absolutely dominant. Oh, good. That was good there from young Lewis. Giving a much better account of himself in this second game. I think that he could take a lot from this game, Yannick Lewis, coming up against one of the best players in the country, and has taken up a couple of points here. So all about developing those strategies to win points. It's all about racking up those points in bunches. And he's picking up a lot of different ways to take points off Aaron Rupnarine. Oh, Rupnarine really flicking that one. Everything that he's worth. Just cannoning into the net though. That's long. Rupnarine apologizing as that one was a mishit from him, as the players do in this sport. 10-6. 4 game points for him. Make that 3. Cannonning that one into the edge of the table. It's a little drop of sweat there. He's moved out himself there, Lewis. And that's long. And Aaron Rupnarine is ahead 2-0. 11-7 now. He's closed up the second one. So 11-7, 11-1, 11-7. And Aaron Rupnarine certainly in the driver's seat here against Yannick Lewis. And the Legends looking good to close out a 3-1 win. So here we go. Third game, Aaron Rupnarine versus Yannick Lewis. And the youngster Yannick Lewis looking to take at least a game off Aaron Rupnarine here. Very good work there by Lewis, looking very, very positive here. In a sense, he has nothing to lose here. No one expects him to realistically beat Aaron Rupnarine. So it's a bit of a free hit for him here. He can go all out in this. It's really a learning game for him. And I think that despite the scoreline, he has showed that he does have a lot to work with here for this Crusaders team in the future. I'm sure he won't think so, though. You could never go into a game thinking you're going to come out second best. That's long. Was there for the put away, but thudding into the net. 6-3 lead for Rupnarine. Well, yesterday, Aaron Wilson closing out victory in the singles. So congratulations to him. (9-3) now. Rupnarine just 2 points away from victory here and victory for the Legends. And it's match point. 7 match points here for Aaron Rupnarine. And despite valiant attempt here by young Lewis. Oh, a real flurry for him. Well, if he's going to lose this match here, that's certainly a point he will remember. And there it is. Victory for Aaron Rupnarine. And he has closed out this game, this particular match 3-0. 11-1, 11-7, 11-4. Dominant victory for the former national champion, Aaron Rupnarine, in defeating Yannick Lewis by 3-1 here. So the Legends are into the semi-finals. They will join Queen's Park. Blasters and Just Win are there. We'll give you the semi-final matchups coming up a little bit later on as we get ready for the quarterfinals of the competition here at the ICWI Table Tennis Champions League 2023. Here's how it's gone earlier today. Queen's Park defeating Arima Table Tennis Club by 3-0. Yuvraj Dukram, Darren Davis and Joshua Maxwell completing victories there. And in our featured matches, Legends versus Malta Crusaders, Legends winning 3-1. Victories for Trevor Farley and Aaron Rupnarine, and also a victory for Malta Crusaders before Rupnarine returned to wrap things up 3-1 for Legends. So quarterfinal action coming up in just a bit. We'll give you the quarterfinal lineups shortly. So here we are. It's quarterfinal action now in the ICWI Table Tennis Champions League 2023. First of all, it is Legends against Wassa, and Justwin will take on PowerGen in the second quarterfinals. Both of these teams will hope to make it into the semifinals. Legends and Wassa hoping to get past each other for a place in the semifinals against Blasters. And as for Justwin and PowerGen, they will have a date with Queen's Park, whichever team gets through to play Queen's Park in the finals. Right now, Franklin Sechan, the veteran, on the left side of your picture, he's up against Joel Henry. And Joel Henry has gone ahead 2-1 already in this one. Franklin Sechan, he and Linda Partap winning the men's and women's open singles titles in the central zone of TNT table tennis in December last year. So Franklin will be hoping to draw on that experience against Joel Henry. Three all at the first towel break here. Franklin Sechan has also played for First ICWI in one of the many teams that he has represented. Sechan, as you can tell already, more a defensive-minded player. Plays on the counter-attack more than anything else. Henry will have to do most of the attacking here. At least Sechan attempting to go through the gears here before he starts to get a bit more expansive in his play. But it is Sechan at the moment opening up a 3-point lead here. Henry certainly knows that he will have his work cut out for him. Sechan driving that one into the corner. 7-4 he leads at the moment. Elton Beckles is our scorer for today. Now starting to feel it a bit. He's gone through the gears here, Sechan. Now starting to be a bit more offensive. Offensive-minded in his approach. After Sechan and Henry, there's Aaron Rupnarine up against Curtis Humphreys for the Wassa team. That's going to be a big battle. The two marquee players facing off there. Legends are winning the toss, and they chose to have Aaron Rupnarine as their marquee player. He was A, so he will come back in the fourth game if needed. Wassa have Curtis Humphreys. He will play in the second and fifth games, if needed. Legends also winning the toss earlier today when they had the toss against Malta Crusaders. And there it is, a quick first game here for Franklin Sechan, taking it 11-5 here against the more offensive-minded Joel Henry. So work for Henry to do to bring things back to parity in the second game. Here we go for the start of the second game. Franklin Sechan to the right of your picture, taking the first 11-5. Work here for Joel Henry to do, and he concedes the first point immediately on serve. Legends team, the blue and white outfits, dark blue outfits, correction. Wassa in the blue and a white with the black shorts. Wassa, the team representing the Wassa, the Water and Sewage Authority, also have a pretty good football team. Wassa is certainly one of the dominant football teams in the Super League, the second tier of Trinidad and Tobago football. Many years, Darren Lewis, one of their standout players. They've also held their own in table tennis with Curtis Humphreys, Alaric Humphreys, two of the outstanding players, both national players. They also have in this Wassa team the young and outstanding star, Jean-Marc Lifai, who took out Reza Burke on the opening day of the competition. He's one to look out for the future. 3-all here to Sechan. The veteran playing with two knee braces. Of course, after crouching over tables for so many years, does impact on your knee over time. Even the legend, the greatest player ever in history, Ma Long, had surgery on his knee before the Olympics in 2021. Still managed to win the gold medal. 2 gold medals in a row, the only man to do so in history. Not enough top spin on that there for Henry. Bundling that one into the net. He's trailing 3-5 at the moment. Net will be the call. Well, there was an announcement that went up just as Sechan was about to receive serve, so he called Henry and said, let's not have any of that right now. Good point there for Sechan. A defensive masterclass he's put on so far. Dealing with the more powerful Henry. Just clipping the net. Sechan has now opened up a 4-point lead here. He's already leading by 1-0. Went on the offensive, but maybe an inch or two above the table. Seach, as he's called. Oh, good work by Sechan. Just reached round and got that one. Well redirected, you have to say, by Joel Henry, but Sechan equal to it, just stepping round. The other game on between Jeswin and Power Gen. Jeswin already 1 game to the good. That's Rod Singh versus Jonathan Kotoy. Kotoy taking the first game already. Sechan now 5 points ahead here. Henry chasing the game largely through this matchup so far. And again, another offensive display has not gone well for him here. That one cannoning into the net. And Sechan going on the offensive. Smacking that one into the corner and takes up the second game. 11-4. So 11-5, 11-4. And he is on the verge of taking first blood here for the Legends team in the quarterfinals against Wassa. Joel Henry has some problems here. He has to win 3 straight to topple Franklin Sechan of the Legends team. In the meantime, the quarterfinal 2 is also going on. Jeswin, 1 game to the good. Jonathan Kotoy against Rod Singh. That one's a very good matchup also. Jeswin also have as their marquee player Everton Sorzano, Isa Mohammed, and Wayne Udit also listed to play if needed. You're watching quarterfinal action, the ICWI Table Tennis Champions League, Wassa versus Legend. And these two teams are battling out for a place in the semi-finals where they will play the Blasters team, Jeswin versus Powergen. Winner of that will take on Queen's Park in the semis. All the action here for you on 360 TV. Hope you've enjoyed the action today. Here we are, ready for the third game. Sechan ahead 2-0 and looking to close out things here. And starting on the offensive, dropping the first point of the game. Excellent return there by Henry. Sechan was expecting that one to power past his opponent. Henry did well to earn the point and a 2-0 lead. Well, one of the serves wasted. Well, that was very deep there, just jamming it into the underside of the racket there of Sechan, who's now pulled it back to 2-all. He has a couple of serves now. It's going long. Sechan has now pulled it back to 3-all, so first towel break here. 3-all between Franklin Sechan and Joel Henry. Sechan for the first time under a bit of pressure here, just stepping away to gather his thoughts. Henry now to serve. That's good from Henry. Pulls it back to 4-all. So Sechan serve has rotated to the veteran. Very good. Shapes up, very deceptive he is, Sechan. Shapes up as though he's trying to just block it into the corner, and then suddenly fires it in with a flick of the wrist. Again, Sechan stepping away, just gathering his thoughts, potentially just 5 points away from a resounding victory against Joel Henry here. Make that 4, 7-4 now. Starting to pull away a little bit here. That's long. And at the second towel break, it is a totally different picture now. From 3-all, Chen has gone on a run here, a 5-1 run. And his teammates believe that he has this one wrapped up. Already, Arun Rupnarayan has started limbering up here for his big matchup against Curtis Humphreys. Humphreys on his feet here, talking to Henry. He's not giving up on his teammate at the moment. Still a lot of tennis to play, he's saying. Queen's Park winning the first edition of the ICWI Table Tennis Championships, which was staged during the COVID-19 period. That tournament had to be stopped at one time. There was a situation with the COVID-19. It returned to action, and Queen's Park ran out winners. Certainly a big win for Queen's Park then. But Arima winning it last year. Arima had some fine players. Some of those players have moved on to different clubs. This Legends team also has Jonathan Van Lange from Guyana. Van Lange is actually playing for Guyana in the under 17 championships right now here in Trinidad. He was here a couple of nights ago, but was unable to participate in the tournament for the Legends team. He is listed to play, though. That's long. 2 points away now, Chen, from giving Legends a 1-0 lead. Henry's in some problems, but manages to pull one back. Has to go on a bit of a run here, Henry. Oh, at that point, into the net. That is match point. 5 match points here for Chen. Chen, one of them erased. Very deep return that Chen could not handle. And the veteran has given them the ideal start. Frank Chen takes care of business against Joel Henry, winning in straight. 3 straight, 11-5, 11-4, 11-6. Legends take a 1-0 lead against Wassa in this quarterfinal matchup. Arun Rupnarayan and Curtis Humphreys still to come next. Across on the other side, that one's tied up at 1-0. And it looks like Just Win looking to go ahead. Well, Just Win have just taken the... they're just a point away now. Jonathan Katoy has taken it. Katoy takes the game 12-10. So he is now ahead by 2 games to 1 against Rod Singh of Powergen in the other semi-quarterfinal. So these teams are battling out for a place in the semi-finals. And Wassa here already 1-0 down. Curtis Humphreys will try to repair the damage. He has to beat Arun Rupnarayan to give his team an excellent chance of going forward. Rupnarayan playing in the 2nd game and the 4th game, as the marquee player is allowed once you win the toss. Legends and Aaron Rupnarine starting off in the best possible way. A powerful drive past Curtis Humphreys here. This is the big matchup here between two of the heavyweights in local table tennis. Aaron Rupnarine, one of the current stars. Curtis Humphreys, 2 national titles to his credit. And also the vice president of the Trinidad and Tobago Table Tennis Association. Wearing a lot of hats, and maybe he was telling us that he hasn't had the opportunity to practice as much as he'd liked with all of his various responsibilities in the tournament, but his main responsibility right now is to bring WASA back to parity in this tie. Legends taking the lead. Franklin Sechan taking care of Joel Henry 3 straight. Was there for Humphreys to put away. Unfortunately for him, that's thudded into the net. He's down 5-0 here in a very quick time. $6-0, and Humphreys at the first towel break ahead. Well, he has a mountain to climb now in this first game. Asks for a ball change, and as the players do, they ensure that the ball is up to scratch. It is. Here they go again. Rupnarine 6-0 ahead. Couple of serves for him. He's won every point so far in this contest, including 4 on the serve of Curtis Humphreys. Makes that 7-0. Wow, what a start here from Rupnarine. And it gets even better. 8-0 so far. It's been very one-sided early in this contest. Finally, Humphreys on the board here. Rupnarine missing the put away. Certainly the lack of preparation has affected Humphreys in this tournament. He's been nowhere close to his best. He himself has admitted that. And that has brought up game point here for Rupnarine. 10-1 the lead. Wow. Certainly no one was expecting it to be this one-sided. And there it is. He has won the first game. This is one of the fastest wins in the opening game. 11-2. Aaron Rupnarine turning aside the challenge here of Curtis Humphreys, who hasn't gotten going in this match yet. One-sided first game, and the Legends looking good here at the moment through Aaron Rupnarine. Coming up, the third matchup will be Trevor Foley for the Legends against Alaric Humphreys for the WASA team. Alaric Humphreys joining his brother Curtis on the national team a couple of years ago. He is back in the fray after being away from the game for some time. He and his brother Curtis, Alaric and Curtis, would have been part of the national team for the 2013 Caribbean Table Tennis Federation Championships in St. Lucia. He had actually won a 4-player round-robin tournament in order to qualify for that. So I'm sure that was a proud moment for the Humphreys brothers. 2 of them on the table tennis squad. That was back at the 55th Caribbean Table Tennis Championships. We're just about ready for the start of the second game here, with Aaron Rupnarine racing away with the first one, 11-2. Humphreys will know that he has a mountain to climb here, but we've seen stranger things happen on a table tennis table. Turnarounds have happened from worse margins than this. Here we go for the start. Rupnarine to serve on the left side of your picture. And Humphreys off the mark already. Humphreys up 3-1 at the moment here. Jamaica, the main powers in Caribbean table tennis. Trinidad and Tobago has been there or thereabouts for many years. But on the world stage, the Chinese have been the absolute dominant force in table tennis. It wasn't actually all that way. European teams would have dominated at one time, but 1952, the Japanese, driven by the incorporation of foam between the wood of the paddle and the rubber, they would have been the first team to really break the hegemony of the European teams. China, their success began in 1960 and has continued to the present day. They're the most dominant team, or dominant country, I should say, in this sport. The most dominant country in any type of sport, any sport you can think of. They've been the most dominant country of all. And there's a trademark drive there from Humphreys. 6-3 ahead. Now we're starting to see him back to something approximating to his best. That's another fiery rally that ends with a Humphreys drive into the corner. 7-3. Rook looking a bit nonplussed at the moment. Well, bit of luck there for Rook to break the sequence of points. Another good bit of play. Humphreys unable to keep that one in, but more aggression here from Humphreys in this second game as the Wassa marquee player starting to make his mark on the contest, leading 7-5. And Rook starting to pull things back here. So the towel break marks the turning point in this second game. And another excellent bit of work there by Rook. He's starting to fight fire with fire here. Still no closer to a lead in the other quarterfinal between Jaswin and Power Chen. That one's tied at 2-all in the first matchup between Katoy and Singh. And at 6-all, dead even. Well, here we've already had one matchup decided. Chan getting past Henry 3-0. Rook 11-2 in the first, and now trailing Curtis Humphreys 8-9 in the second game. Bit too long, and Humphreys has now brought himself his first game points of the match. 8-10. Rook takes the towel break. Obviously has some work to do here. He has to find a way back. Sure that Humphreys is a lot more pleased with the way he has approached this game. Yeah, and again, more aggression. He's been far more aggressive in this second game, and it has showed as he's wrapped up the second game 11-8. So that is brilliant stuff there from Curtis Humphreys, and he's let the youngster know that he has a match on his hands. That's Curtis Humphreys in the corner of your picture, and his brother Alaric Humphreys talking to him in these team competitions. All of the players are allowed to give their opinions on the game to the separate players. If it's a singles competition, only one player has to be appointed as coach. And sometimes, as we've seen in the Olympic finals back in 2020, when the Chinese are playing against their players against each other, they opt not to have a coach speaking to either of the players, allow both players to deal with their business themselves. Humphreys to get us started in the third game. And has already started to pull the trigger earlier in his fight with Aaron Rook. That has brought him success in the second game, winning it 11-8. More of the same needed from him here. He was fairly cagey in the first game against Rook. Rook ran away with that 11-2, but Humphreys providing more of a fight since then. Wow, some wicked spin on that there from Humphreys. Bit of a special there from him. Put Aaron Rook in all sorts of problems. And the first bit of vocalization here from Curtis Humphreys, trying to get himself going. Go, he tells himself. And it is time for him to go. Ooh, that one thudding into the face there of Rook. Point to Rook, but it is Humphreys ahead 3-2 here. It's long from Rook. So at the first towel break in game number 3, it is Curtis Humphreys who's pacing around like a caged lion at the moment. Now back to the table. He's on the up at the moment against Aaron Rook. Bit of frustration there from him. Not enough loop on that one. That's what he's feeling. Long there from Rook, and more vocalizations here from Curtis Humphreys. Knows that this is a critical fixture here in this contest between Legends and Wassa. He has to win this one. Fired up now, Curtis Humphreys. And, well, good response there from Rook. Got the net cord. It just slowed it down slightly. And did enough there to pound that one into the corner and away from Humphreys. That's excellent there from Humphreys from a defensive position. Did well, a lot of underspin on that. He's one of the best players of the loop in Trinidad and Tobago. And oh, just missed out that time. Second towel break, and he's still holding a 2-point lead here. A two-time national champion, Curtis Humphreys. Yeah, just tried to draw Humphreys away from his position, but just clipping the top of the net, and a 3-point lead here for Curtis. Saw the opportunity, but didn't get enough over that to put it into the corner. That's a sizzling forehand there from Humphreys. Boy, he is a quality player, and every now and again we're seeing glimpses of the Curtis Humphreys of old. This sport is the ideal one for burning calories, I'm told. You can burn more than 300 calories in a game. Burning calories is not what these two are concerned with, though. It's not a recreational sport for them by any means. Both of these are national players. Nine all. Rook the Rhine threatening here. Has clawed back that 3-point lead and is looking to pick up another game here against Curtis Humphreys. Critical phase of the game now at the towel break. Third towel break in the match, and Rook the Rhine maybe getting a bit of advice there from Trevor Foley, the former Caribbean champion, passing on some words of advice for the youngster from Trinidad and Tobago. That's long, and Rook the Rhine has a game point here. Hard fought in this third game. Can he close it out now? And Humphreys has done brilliantly here. Went on the offensive and has wiped out that game point. Can he forge ahead and get a game point of his own now? Intricate stuff there from these two. And finally into the net. And Rook the Rhine back ahead. Second game point for him. Just long. Another excellent bit of play there from Humphreys to wipe out another game point. 11 all. We're going into some extra points here. And that's long. Third game point here for Aaron Rook the Rhine. And Rook the Rhine in this pivotal game 3 has taken it 13-11. So Rook the Rhine has taken it, and Curtis Humphreys there falling back. And Rook the Rhine now leads by 2-1. Fourth game coming up between these two, the two Titans, the two marquee players of the Legends team and the Wassa team. They will have a lot of work to do in this one. And Legends looking to go up 2-0 in their tie against Wassa and seal a place in the semi-finals against Blasters. So we're just about ready for the start of the fourth game. Rook the Rhine taking the first 11-2. Humphreys storming back to take the second 11-8. But Aaron Rook the Rhine outlasting him in the third 13-11. The pivotal third matchup. Now, can Rook the Rhine go on to take it? He's going to serve to start here. And he starts off with an excellent serve that wins him the first point. A lot of backspin on that. Humphreys going deep and earns the point. Rook going on the offensive, but not enough loop on that to get it into the corner and touching the table. Just separating himself a little bit here. Curtis Humphreys with a 3-1 lead. And his serves have been, well, he's put a lot of underspin on all of his serves so far. Going long and too long. Has to win this one, Humphreys, to keep himself in the contest. Went long and too long. First towel break, 3-all, and neither man seeming interested in taking the towel break at the moment. As Rook likes to do, just goes over to the left side of the table, rubs that area and comes back. Maybe one of his little idiosyncrasies. That was a let, by the way, and now the point has been replayed, and Rook takes it 4-3. Finally, some daylight here for Rook Elton Beckles, our scorer today. First time we're seeing him on our featured matches. Into the, oh, that was brilliant there from Rook That one dipping sharply there on Curtis Humphreys. And they'll take the technical timeout. 6-3 behind. And he needs to do something, and do something quickly. .6-3 at the moment here, and Aaron Rook 3 points ahead, and 2 points to the good against Curtis Humphreys. That's out. Point to Rook 7-3 now. Well, table tennis has inspired peacemaking in the past. 1971 World Table Tennis Championships. China and the USA exchanging gifts. Humphreys looking very frustrated at the moment. The interaction brought Chinese Chairman Mao, extending an invitation to the US tennis team, and all expenses paid trip to China that helped heal relations between the countries during the Cold War. Well, this is definitely war here. It's no peacemaking, in fact, between these two. Great respect between the two opponents. But it is Rook that is holding sway at the moment, potentially just 2 points away from wrapping up a 2-0 lead for Legends against Wassa. That one's skied. And there it is. Match point now for Rook He's up. He has 5 match points. Just a point away. And there it is, into the net, and that is victory for Arun Rook. He's taken the fourth set 11-5 and has taken the match by 3-1 against Curtis Humphreys. So that is a 2-0 lead now for the Legends against Wassa, and Trevor Foley will now be coming to the table. He will be taking on Alaric Humphreys for a place in the semi-finals. Remember, the winner of this semi-final will move on to take on Blasters in the semi-finals. They, of course, the #1 team in the competition. We'll resume with Trevor Foley versus Alaric Humphreys shortly. So the start of matchup number 3, Legends versus Wassa. Trevor Foley against Alaric Humphreys, and Humphreys already unleashing a volley of powerful shots in this one. The lefty against the former Caribbean champion from out of Barbados, Trevor Foley. You just get a feeling this one is turning out into be almost nuclear war between these two. Humphreys going for his shots, and Foley, his defensive skills will certainly be tested here against the much younger and very powerful opponent. Oh, that one flicked to the end of the table. An apology there from Foley, but a very, very good shot indeed. And we're showing that he has some power of his own. Amazing power from such a very short backlift. Oh, that's a brilliant shot. Wow. That was absolutely amazing there by Foley. Hit the net corner. That was taken from maybe a couple of feet below the table and won the point. That certainly did unsettle there Alaric Humphreys. That was an amazing get there by Foley. Too long there from the man he likes to be called, Falowski. Well, that one just long there, as signaled by Humphreys. Certainly we've seen some amazing ball striking already in this one. The ball travels at amazing speeds in case you're new to the sport. Another point there for Foley. Back in 1993, in a match between Lisa Lomas and Jackie Bellinger, they set a world record for hitting the ball the fastest across the table. In 60 seconds, they hit the ball 173 times. That's 3 hits per second. That's how fast it goes at the professional level. And that's a brilliant drive there by Foley to bring up his 9th point of the game. He's ahead 9-6 here. Not too impressed with his serving that time. And out. Alaric Humphreys, the youngest of 4 brothers who play table tennis. Curtis the 3rd and Humphreys are the youngest of the brothers. Last 2 national players. Ooh, both feet off the ground as he attempted to play that one. And now it is 2 game points here for the former Caribbean champion, and he converts as the first chance. 11-8. He's taken the first one. So Trevor Foley, 11-8, taking the first game over Alaric Humphreys here. Couple more games for him, and he will have the Legends in the semi-finals against the Blasters. And the Blasters team already starting to arrive, and the youngster Aaron Wilson already here, and he will start his warm-up shortly for the semi-finals. Just to the right of your picture, there is Trevor Foley exchanging some words there with Aaron Rupnarayan, the marquee player of this Legends team. Alaric Humphreys having a conversation just to the left of your picture, speaking to his brother Curtis. Older brother imparting some advice. Let's see if it does in fact work here for his left-handed brother, who is down 11-8 here after game 1. Foley to start us off. First bit of unease there from Foley. Not happy with the way he played that one. Alaric Humphreys going for his shots here. And long. 3-2 ahead, Humphreys. Certainly playing against left-handers has always been difficult for many of the righties in the sport. And you really have to understand the strengths and weaknesses of the left-handed player in order to exploit those and win games. And taking advantage of those weaknesses, probing away at them and taking advantage. That's one of the keys to winning. Patience and opportunity against the left-handers is also a big thing. And good footwork and, of course, mental toughness will get you through many situations. It's long. An apology there from Foley. Just too long this time from the Barbadian, and that goes long. A cagey little match there within the match between these two. Certainly footwork plays a big part in beating the left-handers. They have the advantage of reach, and they are able to move around the table quickly to take away the space, so that's what he'll have to do in order to beat them. And they'll have to hit the ball short at that point. It gives you the opportunities to attack. And he did hit that one short, but Foley unable to put it away. Still leads 7-5 though. Slammed into the net again. Low percentage shot there by Humphreys. And that was brilliant. Foley just firing that past him. 9-5. Oh, a couple of big slams here by Foley has given him 5 game points. 10-8 in the first game, 11-8 in the first game, 10-5 now. Look to finish it off with the backhand. Not enough loop on that to get the corner. Well, that's 2 game points wrapped up or pushed away here by Humphreys. And that's long, and there it is. Foley takes the first 2 games here, 11-8, 11-7. And the Legends are just 1 game away here from making it to the semi-finals against the Blasters. A lot of work here for Wasser to do after defeats. For Joel Henry and Curtis Humphreys, Alaric Humphreys now staring down the barrel of an 0-2 deficit. So just about ready for the start of the third game. Humphreys to serve to start off here. And he's conceded the first 2, 11-8, 11-7. Usually the advice is for right-handers when playing against the left-handers to use the forehand to control the game and attack their backhand. Seen some of that from Foley. Well, it's very strong forehand there from Humphreys. Topspin also has to be used to keep them off balance, and can't let the aggression get to you. And certainly it has been an aggressive display here from Alaric Humphreys, but end product hasn't always been there for him. Into the net. He has another serve to go. Oh, that was a great return. Certainly got Foley offhand and pointed it out. His opponent concedes. That was a brilliant return. He wasn't ready for that at all. And it gives him one of his own. Have some of that, youngster, he says. Four all, more open field to this third game between these two. Just jamming him into the elbow. Difficult for him to bring that one back. Always difficult for anyone. Humphreys means business in this third game. Can he pull it off? Can he get back into it? I'll just give that one up too long there, and easy for Foley to put that one into the corner. Well, there's a titanic struggle going on in the other table. That match at 2019 at the moment. Second towel break, and it's 6-all. Yeah, 2019, and finally we see a winner in that one. That one was actually match point. And PowerGen have gone down in that one. PowerGen versus JustWin. JustWin completing their second victory, I believe, there. And Frank Sozano closing out that one. 2 ahead and 21-19 in the third. That was a real battle. 6-all here in the third. Nice loopy attack there from Alaric Humphreys has earned him the go-ahead point. 7-6 he leads. It was there for him, Foley. And Farlowski hits that one long. Oh my, what a return that was for the second time in this contest. That was a brilliant return there from Alaric Humphreys. And no response to that, Foley. A wry smile on his face. And just as happened in the last game, Foley responds with a wonderful drive on the forehand side. Oh, what a play. Oh, and Humphreys wins that point. That was a titanic battle. And has Foley done something to his knee here? Just out of your picture. He just seemed to pull something, but that was... there were some amazing shots in that rally. That really has to be the rally of the tournament so far. And I think there's some serious problems here for Foley, who's still grimacing and trying to get his knee all straightened out here. He's still trying to stretch it out. That's the right knee. Just seemed that he stepped badly in attempting to bring back the return from Alaric Humphreys. Yeah, he seems to be, he's going to be able to continue here. But game point here for Alaric Humphreys. Ahead 10-8 in the third game. Wow. Might be the right hamstring. Maybe not the knee, but the right hamstring is gone. And a chance here for Humphreys to pull a game back. And he has. Very, very smart way of closing out the game. He knows that the hamstring's a problem here for his opponent. Pushes it down the line, forcing him to play that one. And unable to bring it back. And he has to get... well, a more central position occupied now by Foley. That's what he has to do now. All sorts of problems for him. 10-8. Game point here for... still another game point. A couple of them wiped out already. But Alaric Humphreys has another chance to pull one back here against the injured Tiger, Trevor Foley. Foley is really struggling here. Not sure if a technical timeout might be needed at this point, and that's long. And there it is, 9-11. He's conceded the third game, and Alaric Humphreys on the board. He's won the third game 11-9, and that return certainly has put Foley in a lot of problems here. Just about a couple of minutes behind here, and Foley, that seems that it's not the hamstring, but it's just the, yeah, it is the hamstring on the right side. You can see him just getting the something applied to the inner part of the right leg. Hamstring has been pulled here, and even if Legends get through to the semifinals, they might have to cope without Trevor Foley for it. That is going to be a big blow for their chances. So far in this game, Trevor Foley, 11-8, 11-7, and conceding the third, 9-11. But Humphreys, they're applying the pressure, putting the ball way to the right of Foley, and the last 2 points unable to pull them back. He's trying to get straightened out here, Trevor Foley. Can he continue? I know he's not going to give up this game unless it is in a terrible position. So Humphreys just looking on patiently. He knows this is a huge opportunity for him to get back into the contest. So we're ready for the start of game number 4 here. Trevor Foley losing the last one after opening up a 2-0 lead. Midway through a point during that third game. Brought back an exceptional bit of play between the two. And in stretching to bring one back, he seems to have pulled hamstring on his right leg. So he is the wounded dragon at the moment. And he has Humphreys on the run here. Well, might have a hamstring injury, but he's already up 2-0 here. Now he's not going to be able to withdraw from the table in those long rallies, so he has to pretty much play from there. So Humphreys might want to up the power a little bit, knowing that his opponent is beleaguered and not quite as mobile with that injury. That's exactly what he's done there. Going on the offensive quickly, and Foley responding in kind, fighting fire with fire. Well, there was another Barbadian we know in a different sport who was better when he was injured. That's the great cricketer Gordon Greenidge. Foley channeling his inner Gordon Greenidge here at the moment. They said in cricket that when Gordon Greenidge was limping, look out. 5-2 lead here for Foley. Humphreys can't get the offense going. Foley's going for his shots here. He's trying to keep the points short, and he's trying to get them over quickly. No long rallies. He's pulling the trigger early. And yeah, we're going to see a lot of short points here, because this is what you're going to see from Alaric Humphreys. He's going to try to pull the choke quickly, just as his opponent. 5-all. This could either be over in the next 5 minutes, or we could have a third one. The pace at which they're playing in this fourth game. Humphreys screams his name out loud. What are you doing? He's asking himself. Scorer is going to have to keep a close eye on the amount of time in between points here for Foley. Went for it, hobbling away from the point. 6-all at the towel break. And he will try to take as much time as he can here. Can take one timeout in the game. 6-all at the moment. Foley ready to serve. Yep. And every point that he has to chase down the ball and pick it up is a real torture here for the tall, dreadlocked Barbadian. That's out, 8-6. Despite the injury, Foley is battling here. This has been an absolutely brilliant response here from the Barbadian. And you can see the adaptation he's making because of the hamstring injury. That right leg is way back just to keep it straight enough to prevent the pain from overpowering him. Yep, again trying to keep the point short, thudding that one into the net. Smash into the corner. Dicey here. Critical stage of the game. Oh, what a return that was. Humphreys thought he had him, but that was brilliant. Straight towards the elbow, and he responded with one of the shots of the match here. 9-8, Foley leads. 10-8. Match point for Foley. 2 match points for Trevor Foley. Caribbean champion has battled back bravely here. After getting injured in the third game, he is just on the cusp here of wrapping up this tie for Legends. This will be a legendary performance from him. And there he is. He's done it. 11-8 in the fourth game. And that is an absolutely legendary performance there from Trevor Foley. Certainly deserving the name. And Legends are into the semifinals. They will face Blasters in the semifinals. Trevor Foley, I'm not sure if he's going to play in the semifinals, but tell you what, 10 Clydesdale horses could not drag him away from that semifinals. And based on what we've seen, hamstring injury and all, coming back to win this game. 11-8, 11-7, 9-11, 11-8. Congratulations to Trevor Foley and congratulations to Legends. They are into the semifinals where they will face the Blasters. In the meantime, in the other match, Justwin are playing against PowerGen. We'll take a look at that one shortly. Welcome back to live coverage of the ICWI Table Tennis Champions League 2023. We have reached the semi-final stage. Carenage Blasters will take on Legends, and Queen's Park Cricket Club will take on the Powergen team in the semi-finals. Carenage Blasters and the Queen's Park Cricket Club qualifying for the semi-finals automatically after winning out in the preliminary round. Legends and Powergen had to go through the quarterfinals to qualify. Legends defeated Wassa by 3-0, while Just Win were eliminated by Powergen 3-0 in that one. So the teams are coming on, and here first of all is the Queen's Park Cricket Club team. These teams, the Queen's Park team would have won the title back in 2021, and they are represented by Darren Douglas, Yuvraj Dukram, Joshua Maxwell, and Imani Edwards-Taylor. Imani Edwards-Taylor, the only woman involved in the semi-finals. She's at the back of your picture. And now the Powergen team, Ron Singh, Anson Lauki, Josiah Joseph, and Amir Mohammed are the players for the Powergen team in the semi-finals, and there they are, heading out there into the middle at the moment. The official on that side is Franklin Worrell. Frankie Worrell, he tells me. And Frankie Worrell will be having the responsibilities here for the Queen's Park Powergen match. So there's the semi-final number 1 that's taking place on table 2. And we'll have the introductions for semi-final number 1 shortly. Dave Ramutar, will be the scorer for the game, and Legends following just behind Dave Ramutar, Aaron Rupnarayan, Trevor Foley, Andrew Edwards, and Colin Wong are the players for the Legends team. And as at the back of the Legends team, you will see Trevor Foley. Trevor Foley has injured his hamstring during the quarterfinals, still made it through his quarterfinal despite the injury. He says it's not working at all, but he's still here playing for his team. Now for the final team here is Legends. Aaron Rupnarayan, as we mentioned, Trevor Foley, Andrew Edwards, and Colin Wong. And Carenage Blasters, Gabriel John, Aaron Wilson, Luke O'Young. Aaron Wilson will come up fourth, and Abai Lal will also be playing for the Blasters team. Both sets of teams meeting in the middle, and we're just about ready for the start of the semi-finals. Stanley Hunt is beside me, and Stanley, the former president of Trinidad and Tobago Table Tennis. 2 fine matches coming up here. We'll of course be focusing on the Legends Carenage Blasters team, and this one is there's a lot of firepower in both teams.
Yes, most definitely. Both 2 very good matches expected. Interesting that Farley is still playing despite the injury, and that in fact I think he's coming up against Aaron Wilson. So trying to work out what their strategy would have been, but I think they have included Lal in the first match against Aaron Rupnarayan.
So here we are, just about ready for the start of the first match, and it will be Aaron Rupnarayan, as you mentioned. Aaron Rupnarayan, is that Gabriel John? In fact, I think Gabriel John is the man who's been asked to open the attack here for the Carenage Blasters team. So Gabriel John, Aaron Rupnarayan. Afterwards it will be Aaron Wilson against Trevor Foley. So those are the first 2 matches in this semi-final. Dave Ramutar will be officiating. Second official scorer for this game is the youthful Josiah Manley, who's been helping us a lot out here today. And he is doing the second scoring for the match today. So the 2 teams just about ready to start. The toss is about to be taken here. Dave Ramutar says that it will go to the youngster Gabriel John. Well, there are 2 young men here, but the younger of the 2 is Gabriel John. very tall, as you can see, the taller of the two men, tall and very athletic looking. If he weren't in table tennis clothes, I would suggest that he might be at the starters lineup for a 400 meters somewhere. Looks that kind of type of athlete. Arun Rook has been in action here today already. Got past Curtis Humphreys in 4 games. 11-2, 8-11, 13-11, and 11-5 earlier today. As for the youngster Gabriel John, well, he wasn't in action earlier today, so I'm not sure what you think about this here, Stanley. Whether the fact that legends have played already for the day, would they have the advantage, or would that work against them up against Carnage Blasters, who have not played here today?
No, I don't think there's any real advantage there. The players would have warmed up, and they have been playing at the venue for the past 3 days, so I don't think they need to have played a game this morning, which would, depending on if it was a difficult game, could have them work against their legs a bit. But interesting, the selection of the Blasters team. Gabriel John is a very talented young player. Hasn't shown his real potential so far in this tournament, so he has a chance here to really put in a big show against Arun Rupnarayan.
Is it a little bit of a free hit for him, because he would be Arun Rupnarayan would be expected to take care of business, so he can play without anxiety.
Without any anxiety, yes. Yeah, without any fear. If whatever happens here would be to the advantage of Carnage Blasters if he could pull something out of the hat.
Pressure
but
really.
they will be expecting Aaron Wilson to win 2 and Luke Young to win his game.
So here we are, ready for the start of it. Arun Rupnarayan on the receiving end. It's Gabriel John to start off with the serve.
Yes. So, Gabriel John. Nice. Lovely serve. First serve. And he draws full first blood. It's 1-0 to Gabriel John. This time Arun gets into position, makes a slow loop, picks it up, and it's 1-1. Arun serves. Right. Lovely service followed by a really good drive. And Arun now takes a 2-1 lead.
The ball has left the enclosure, in case you're wondering why the players are just hanging around looking on. And Chen, that's Franklin Chen, has to chase it down.
Yeah, lovely play there by Gabriel John as he begins to get into the game, and the score is 2-all. Some exchanges. Gabriel tries to deal with the eventual powerful look from Arun. Not able to do so, and it's 2-3. Good flow and backhand. Turns and makes a lovely forehand. Gabriel John has started well. And we'll see the experience of Arun Rupnarayan coming into play in the middle of the game. Yeah, bit loose on the backhand there from Gabriel John. And it's 4-3 in favor of Arun. Okay. Started with trying to push. Could have tried to, counter roll that ball. Didn't do so. It's 3-5. Long serve. Arun pushes. Gabriel picks it up. Gets the point. 4-5.
For a tall man, he's very, very agile. The young Gabriel John.
Yeah. So again, Gets into the exchanges at Arun, comes out on top, and it's 5-all. This is the part of the game that Gabriel needs to concentrate and get himself ready. Good backhand pickup. After that, just slightly out of position for the drive. 5-6. 6-5. Arun leads. Lovely push. And then he pounces on it from on top of the table. As Arun just playing a little bit carefully, not going full throttle as yet. And Gabriel taking advantage of that. Took it from on top of the table and put it away. And it's 6-all.
At the second towel break, and he's bouncing around like a young Muhammad Ali there, looking like he's ready to go 15 rounds.
Excellent. Nice. Nice and tight. Series of pushes. Arun pushes into the net. Good backspin. Good backspin again. Arun has a game on his hands. It's 6-8 to Arun. Arun behind, 6-8.
Yeah, big pressure here on Rook. He's the one that is expected to win here. And as you mentioned, young John, a free hit for him here.
From the top of the net onto the edge of the table. Fortune is favoring the young and the brave. So, Gabriel John is now leading 9-7 and has the service. Very good chance for him to execute and to start off with a win. Yeah, but Arun is now changing gears. Lovely shot to the body. And it's 9-8.
Not quite a top gear though, just yet.
Not yet, but
you'll be hoping to get there soon.
He has to. It's 9-8. Yeah, another good shot. Straight down the line to the body. John doesn't respond. And it's 9-all. And now Arun has the service at 9-all. John had led 9-7. Yeah. Very fluent now. Series of drives. John trying to defend from on the table. Doesn't succeed in doing so, and it's 10-9 to Arun.
Game point here for Rook. Could possibly be closing out the first game here. And there it is. He has closed it out.
Close it out, 11-9.
11-9 there to Aaron Rook. And he has drawn first blood here in this semi-final matchup between Carinaja Blasters and the Legends. And the Legends team losing out in the final last time round. And in their previous incarnation also as the Renegades, I believe they also would have lost out in the first edition of the tournament. In the meantime, the other game going on, Queen's Park QPCC against PowerGen. And young Darren Douglas has already taken the first game there against Rod Singh.
Yes, he has. Would be expected to win that game for Queen's Park.
Rod Singh actually had a titanic battle. He won 3-2 against Jonathan Kotoy in the quarterfinal against Just Win. There was a 21-19 game. Stanley, you missed that one.
I missed
between
that.
Everton Solzano and Anson Lauke. Everton Solzano eventually taking that one 21-19. That's a throwback to the old days, isn't it?
Yes, it certainly is. Certainly is.
In an effort to speed up the game of table tennis, several changes were made all those years ago with the it was previously 21 points, now just 11 points per set, with the players having to win by 2 clear points. So here we go, Rook to serve at the start of the second game. And he's already on the board.
Down to business very quickly. Yeah. Net doesn't favor Gabriel this time. It hits the top of the net and goes off the table.
But certainly there was a shift in momentum at the end of that first game.
Yes. Gabriel John. Another good backhand service. Seems to be troubling Arun slightly. Arun is not too concerned. He's not trying to attack it as yet. He's just pushing and trying to get Gabriel John to make the mistakes. He knows he has 2 games. Or does he?
Well,
Foley, I think, is the marquee player in this one.
Well, Arun is pointing to something here, just towards where our camera is. I think the door behind, there's a door which is open right now, and that is actually just coming straight into his eyes.
Yeah.
So I think he's asking for that to be closed. Who left that open? Come on, we're going to have to find out who that is.
Nobody around here.
Certainly not, neither of us. We have alibis.
So
yeah, well, the door has closed.
after that delay, Arun at 3-1 is serving. Again, Gabriel doesn't get that drive going. Gabriel John has grown into a very steady player. He's a good on the rallies and proves it there. Yeah. Lovely rally.
Arun Rook asking for the door to be closed, but he wants to close the door in a different sense against young Gabriel John and close out this second game.
Very good service into the armpit of Arun. Shorter this time. Arun tries to push it long, pushes too long, and it's 4-all. So Gabriel John giving a good account of himself against the number 2 ranked player in Trinidad and Tobago at current time. Didn't negotiate that service too well.
Yeah, he's responding with some spin of his own here.
Now that's his 2 service points, and it's back to Gabriel John.
And cheaply, his opponent unable to bring it back.
Right, and then goes for the passing shot on the backhand, but off the table, and it's 5-6. Right, nice slow loop. Gabriel John misses the ball completely.
Second towel break here for the 2 players. Arun Rook leading by 1-0 and 7-5 in the second game.
Yeah. I think Arun beaten by the bounce there, as Gabriel John in making that return was able to get the ball to bounce pretty high, and as a result Arun hit it off the table. Gabriel John is staying in this contest against Arun Rook.
Certainly is, and he's punctuating every point with that cry of Chole, just like Marlong does it. Show another one of the players who idolizes the Chinese legend.
Yeah. Good pickup. The good thing about that top spin is that it was to the end of the table, and Arun was in no man's land there. It's 8-7. Yeah. Didn't go for the drive again. He had it. Instead he tried to push, tried to be a little crafty, and it's 8-all. Arun serves. Yeah. Good drive, wide on the forehand. Not negotiated by Gabriel, and it's 9-8. Good backhand pickup. And, you know, after that backhand pickup, he should have gone with a drive, but he seemed to be just looking to lift again. And so it's 8-10.
2 game points here for Arun Rook. Just before that, Gabriel was just telling himself, calm down, be patient.
Yeah.
He's talking to himself, trying to get that inner monologue going.
Yes.
Game point. And there it is, Rook the Rhine wrapping up a 2-0 lead, 11-8 in the second. And certainly, maybe still not hitting top gear, but he's had the measure here of young Gabriel John. A little bit of inconsistency again there from young John in that second game. So Rook the Rhine leads by 2-0, 11-9, 11-8. So big task here now for young Gabriel John in this third game.
Yeah, Gabriel John could develop into a very good player, but he has to develop his power. Most of the balls he spins well, he moves well on the table, he serves well. He has a decent enough block, but he needs to have a little more quality in his shots and a little more power. And when he is able to transcend that and to get to that part of the game, we see a very improved Gabriel John. But a tournament like this will do wonders for him. And it's good to see Dennis LaRose using him, to start off the Carnage Blasters. Although he knows that his strength and the Carnage Blasters' strength would be in Aaron Wilson winning 2 and Luke Oyong winning the third game.
Yeah, Luke Wilson playing the second and the fourth game as the team that wins the toss and chooses A will be allowed to.
Right, and on the other table we see Darren has gone into a 2-0 lead against Raj Singh and leading 4-2 in the third game. So that's going according to Shut.
Yes, John to serve to start off the third game here and immediately into the net. Dennis LaRose having a long conversation with John in the break to try to get his confidence going. Powerfully hit into the corner there.
Yeah.
Rook the Rhine off and running here quickly.
Yes, he is. Nice and short. Yeah. So, Aaron seems to be allowing Gabriel John to make the first shot, and then he is rallying quickly with the second shot. Point to Gabriel John, and it's 1-3.
More loop in that exchange.
Unforced error, service into the net. 1-4. As usual, table tennis players, they look at their racket when they make a mistake, as if the racket is at fault.
It is. Wonderful drive again by Rook the Rhine.
Yes, he got into that with some ferocity.
Scorching drive into the corner. We've seen a couple of those already in this match.
Right, Gabriel was there, ready this time, and rallied it back very well. 5-2. Yeah. It's in the hitting zone. High. Aaron not going to miss there, and he's going to put that away, and that's exactly what he did.
99 times out of 100, you put that one away.
Yeah.
That was just bouncing up there, waiting to be smashed.
Just in the middle of the table saying, hit me.
So 6-2, Rook the Rhine leads.
Yeah, well, there's a timeout now called by Carnage Blasters, and we are seeing the game on table 2 as Queen's Park looking to go 1-up, with Darren having taken the first 2 games and leading 10-6 now in the third game.
Match point actually in that game as Douglas about to go up and take this one, it seems, and there it is.
What a lovely shot to finish it off.
He finishes it off in style there, Stanley.
Yeah, I think one of the things with Darren Douglas, for a small guy, he packs a punch. He has good technique and, does play with a lot of flair.
Yeah, certainly. And he has put his team ahead. He will be, he's not listed to play in the fourth game as most teams tend to do. PCC have 5 players for their matchup. Darren Douglas, Yuvraj Dukram. 4 players, correction. Joshua Maxwell, Yuvraj Dukram comes back for the fourth, and Imani Edwards-Taylor if needed for the fifth. Here's Gabriel John to serve as we start off game number 3. Well, a lot of underspin on that one. Fools Rook the Rhine this time. Second serve for young Gabriel John.
Didn't it?
And a couple of points to start off.
Yeah. I'm watching the score. It's 7-3. Wonder if that was correct. Okay, so
8-3.
Arun is motoring on. Quite comfortable. Good pickup, and that's the type of shot I would like to see Gabriel John looking to develop with some power in it. First time I've seen him actually making a shot like that. But the ball was mid-table length and he did make the shot. Good spin up, good backhand. Then he moves around, he skips around very athletically and makes a good shot.
Yeah, he's very, very fit. He just seems to glide across the ground. A testimony to how fit this young man is.
He's a good mover. It's 5'8". No, he just didn't have the hand in the right place for that backhand block. Should have been a comfortable block.
Just talking to himself, trying to work out what went wrong there.
Yeah, Aaron is serving again. That's the type of shots he has got to try to counter-attack when Aaron makes that first drive, rather than just block and give Aaron a second shot. So it's 9-6. Nice and short. Okay, nothing wrong with that. He tried to pick it up into the net. 6-10.
Game point here for Rook the Rhine, and match point also.
No spin. Good. Good thoughtful playing.
And there it is. Match point for Arun Rook the Rhine, converted 11-6 in the third, and that's victory for Arun Rook the Rhine. 11-9, 11-8, and 11-6. So that has put the Karanaj Blasters down by 1 here, and it is the Legends ahead 1-0, and that is the scoreline in this one. So Legends ahead 1-0, and the Karanaj Blasters will now have Aaron Wilson up against Trevor Farley in the second match.
Yes, bit of a surprise that they have used Farley in this position, because if he's a marquee player, it means he has to play the 5th game. If he injures himself playing against Aaron, you know, he has to come back to play the 5th game against Lal. I mean, you don't want to be injured to a point that you cannot play that 5th game if it gets to a 5th game.
That's right, and well, perhaps they're hoping to do it in 4 games at least, to make sure. But that's going to be a real tall order with Aaron Wilson to play 2 of those first 4 games.
Yeah, so.
But with that injury to his hamstring, how is he going to play? He can't move backwards, and sideways movement is going to be a huge problem for him.
Well, I think mostly he will try to play more to the middle of the table. He's going to have to try to keep the points relatively short, you know, and he won't be able to be doing much movement backward off the table.
So we won't be expecting to see any long looping shots coming through here between these two.
Yeah, I think he's going to try very much to be as effective and efficient as possible with his services against Iran, you know, and do some unusual things that will hopefully set Iran off. You'll have to try to change the pace during the course of the game.
You'll have to dig very deep into the Trevor Foley book of tricks here today in order to topple young Aaron Wilson, marquee player for the Carenage Blasters. I don't think he's dropped a game in this tournament so far.
No.
He's been absolutely brilliant. So Wilson just cleaning up the racket. And they're just about ready for the start here. Foley to serve at the start of this second matchup between Carenage Blasters and Legends. And that one's flicked away into the corner immediately. It's just it might just give us a sense of how things are going to go in this game.
Yes.
Lack of mobility
Right
certainly
away.
affecting him.
Right away, Aaron, very wise. He's going to move him around. He's going to send him to the right and then back to the left. Because if he could get him injured sufficiently that he cannot play at all in the 15, you know.
And as you can see here, Foley's not moving anyway. He's just playing high-risk tennis at the moment, table tennis at the moment.
Yeah. So it's a sacrificial lamb there.
Even picking up the ball is very difficult for him at the moment.
Yeah. It's 3-all. I doubt very much he will complete this entire game. And, you know, brings into question the strategy of Legends.
Well, I think it's pretty clear already. Just as you've said here, Stanley, he's going to keep it short. He's going to attack or pull the trigger at the earliest possible time in these matches. Just like that.
Yeah, but you don't serve Foley short without spin. He could have put that away. And it's 4. Once again, I hope that, you know, Trevor doesn't do really bad injury to himself.
Well, he is a real warrior, isn't he? He's decided he played through the game. Now, immediately as he went down in that match earlier against Alaric Humphreys, you knew something was terribly wrong with him. But he shook it off and he's back on. Well, and that's going to happen too a lot.
Yeah.
With a lack of mobility, especially on that backhand side.
Yeah, so Aaron has galloped a 4-point lead. It's 4-8. Foley to me is just going through the motions here.
Oh, Foley's not going to go for that because there would be some opponents who would not be as kind as Wilson to run across and collect that. They would ask Foley to go for it. He's definitely not Australian.
Yeah, and it's 10-4. 10-4 over and out. So Aaron is serving.
Game point here. Well, 6 game points he's had. 1 erased. 5 more to go. And there it is. 10-5 has been converted to 11-5. And Aaron Wilson takes the first game between himself and the injured Lion, Trevor Foley. And he has raced away with this opening game. A few glimmers of what Trevor Foley is all about, but with that injury, it's very difficult to see him coming out on top.
Very difficult.
And because even as he's standing there, look, he's still clutching the back of his leg.
Yeah.
Yeah, that could be a serious cheer, and he's actually doing himself more not any good at all by continuing to play on. They did have available, the Legends still did have available. Colin Wong is on the roster here to play.
Yeah.
They haven't.
But they have Chan also.
Yeah,
Chan,
yeah.
Chan could have played.
Chan actually won his game against Joel Henry, 11-8, 11-4, 11-6. He was quite impressive there.
Yeah.
And Edwards off to a Wilson correction, off to a very quick lead. 2-1 at the moment.
I think Legends is basing everything on Andrew Edwards. That game between Andrew Edwards and Luke Young is going to be.
Just missed that time. Previous one was hitting the end of the table. Oh, another fine bit of play.
Yeah.
Well, if he had pulled that off, that would have been spectacular. But
Yeah.
once he just moves to that right side, there's no coming back for him to get onto that backhand side.
Very tricky service and still well negotiated by Aaron Wilson.
Just making a
Well,
point.
he will be well served not to serve Foley any short services without spin. Because Foley is going to pounce on that and put that away. So, it's 4-6.
Just a 1-point lead now as
As he hobbles away to pick the ball up. It also is, as a player, it's very difficult playing against somebody who is injured. You need to have a good mindset. Because very easily the game could get away from you.
yeah, it's just about being ruthless, really,
Yeah.
at this point. And we did see maybe a little bit of that in the last game where Alaric Humphreys took the third game, but then lost out in the fourth.
Yeah. And as you alluded to, Gordon Greenwich.
Another Barbadian.
Yeah. Who has made more hundreds injured than any other player. Anything short in that mid-length table for Foley. Very risky player and able to put that away with ease. And he's 8-9, just within 1 point of Iran. Puts a bit of spin this time and it's 8-10. So it's match point. Foley is serving, however. Serves off.
And there it is.
8-11 and Foley has conceded. He isn't going to do any more damage to his hamstring. And he would be depending on Luke Young. He would be depending on Andrew Edwards to win a game for him.
Still a brave attempt there from Trevor Foley, and conceding after losing the second game, 11-5, 11-8, so that's it, and a short time there. Exactly what Aaron Wilson would have wanted, not spend too much time on the table, and wrapping up the win there. So Luke Young will take on Andrew Edwards in the third match, and they're just about to do the warm-ups. We'll be back with that shortly. Game, Darren Douglas winning the first match 3-0 against Rod Singh. Yuvraj Dukram and Anson Lauki, the two marquee players matching up. That one is at 1-1, and Dukram ahead 7-4 in the third. Yes, the start
The
of
Luko
the
Young.
third matchup. Luko Young versus Andrew Edwards. Luko Young on the left side of your picture and already off to a 1-point lead.
Good hammer serve by Andrew Edwards, and it's 1-all. Reverse. Andrew tries to be aggressive against it one time, but goes off the edge of the table. Let's see. Nice backspin. Push by Andrew. Pick up, lovely backhand pick up. Tries to drive. Misses the ball completely. Luko Young has gone 3-1 up. But Andrew Edwards going to be serving. Good hammer to the forehand. Followed by a big drive. And it's 2-3.
Edwards, a member of the very famous Edwards family here in Trinidad and Tobago. Most well-known families in TNT for table tennis.
Lovely exchanges. But look what's up for it. But the ball kept being, it kept coming back to Andrew. And eventually, he hit it off the table.
Yeah, first towel break there. And Andrew Edwards.
4-2. Andrew doesn't take the towel break. But Luke did. Nice serve into the net. Luke means business. It's 5-2. Nice and short. Big drive to the backhand of Andrew Edwards. It's 2-6. Drew is going to have to put something out of the bag. Top of the net. Point to Andrew. 3-6. Making good use of the hammer serve. There's him blocking instead of trying to drive, to counter drive.
7-3 the lead here for Young.
Good 7-3 lead. Playing very efficiently at this time. Nice. Good placement onto the backhand rather than the expected drive to the forehand. Andrew slows him down. Luke is ready again. A reverse to the middle of the table followed by a big drive. A big booming drive, and it's 3-9. We hear a lot of support from the Blasters. Boys, they know that this is the game that they need to win. They need to win this game. If they win this game, they have one foot in the door.
Well, they're into the finals. And game point coming up here for Young as that one sails long.
Yeah. So it's 10-4. And Luko Young, it's match point for him. Nice and slow.
And there it is, 11-4. And Luke Young has taken it. Luke Young has taken it 11-4. And that is a victory for him in game number 1. But certainly, you feel that Edwards needs to do a bit more here. What can he do here to change the tide of the way things have gone? So 11-4 at the moment, and Luke Young running out 11-4. A medical student, as Stanley was telling me off the air just a couple moments ago. And certainly it's a big task for him to balance playing table tennis and medical sciences. And certainly it could be something that one could enhance the other, because great relaxation from playing table tennis. In between the studying. I'm not sure if it's very relaxing to be playing against players at this level, though.
Yeah, I think Luke has his business worked out. As to Andrew is going to have to lift a gear. He has got to be aggressive against Luko Young and not allow Luko Young to wear him down. We know he has the ability to also go off the table and play attacking shots from off the table. So, I don't know. Let's see what he'll do in this game.
Young to start, and already a good start here by Edwards.
Drive that took the edge of the table, and it's now, he has a 1-point lead. Luko Young is going to serve again. with a backspin, picked up. Yeah, he started to use some of his defense from off the table. But Luke Young was on top of it, and it's 1-all.
Yeah, he brought back the couple, but then when it went in the other direction, wasn't quite ready for that.
Yeah, got in a good service, moved it to the forehand, and Luke tried to pick it up with the backhand. This time he goes to the backhand. And he isn't ready for that shot when the ball comes back. He needs to make sure that his racket is high. If it goes too low and it dips too low, he will hit it off the table. Again, he has to keep that racket higher.
This tie nicely poised at 1-all at the moment. And Stanley, as you were saying, critical.
Try to be aggressive there. So I think he knows what he has to do. Is whether he has the ability to execute what he has to do. Luke Young, in the meanwhile, is just continuing, trying to be as efficient as possible. And it's 3-all. Yeah, he did do it. Make the drive from on top of the table. Again, he has to keep that racket high so that he will be able to get those counters in efficiently. It's 4-all. Luke Young.
He hasn't made the adjustment, has he? He's just keeping... that's the third point in a row. He's put it long.
5-4. I might have blocked this time. Right into his backhand.
In the meantime, it appears that QPCC have taken a 2-0 lead in the other semi-final. Maxwell is up against Josiah Joseph at the time. Another powerful hit into the corner, 6-all at the towel break. Second towel break, and again, some of the games neither of the players have decided to use the towel break, but Young, one of those who goes to the towel as often as possible.
Queen's Park has taken a 2-0 lead, and we see Joshua Maxwell against Josiah Joseph. That's on the other table, the far table. So Josiah Joseph will have to try to pull back one, but I think Maxwell is on top of that. Back to table number 1. Young efficiently has moved back into the lead. But Andrew serves now. He needs to get his 2 points if he's going to have a chance in the game.
Well, that's one converted there by Young, so he is close to the second game here.
This is a very important point. He needs to get this point. And he did. What an unusual attempt from Young.
Not sure what he was trying there, but didn't work out for him.
So it's 7-9. He's back to his efficient self. Good defense by Andrew.
Ooh, one of the better rallies we've seen in this game.
By Young, but Andrew didn't continue with the defense sufficiently to win that point. 10-7.
And there is the second game there to Young, 11-7. And he has been moving along quite swiftly here. 11-4, 11-7 against Andrew Taylor. And he is just one away from giving the Carenage Blasters a 2-1 lead in the semi-final contest here, Stanley. And you did mention that this would be the critical fixture between these two teams, Young versus Edwards. And Young has done what he's expected.
Yes, he realized the importance of this game, and he has played very efficiently. Andrew, on the other hand, he needs to lift his game because they are depending on him to win this game. If he doesn't win the game, then, Wong is going to have a high hurdle to jump against Aaron Wilson.
That's in
Wong
the
is a
fourth
very
matchup.
talented player also from Guyana. He's a young junior, and I know he would. They won't be giving up without a fight.
Well, Wong was due to play the fifth game today. That was in the Legends Wassa quarterfinals. He wasn't required as Legends taking care of business 3-0 there. And Trevor Foley, one of those Franklin Seachand, Aaron Rupnarayan and Trevor Foley taking care of business earlier. But Foley certainly will, I don't think we're going to see him come back if this one goes to 5. But right now it's looking, well, we have Edwards to start off here. A must-win game for him.
Yeah. Continue efficiency from Luko Young. Yeah. And he did try that. He needs to have a bit more variety because he's using one service all the time, and Luko Young has become very comfortable against it.
Yeah, fairly predictable, and he's just been picking it off, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Outside of the service, is there anything that he could change? Because a lot of the errors, he has hit a lot of balls long early in the rallies.
I don't know. You can't on the day in question come and perform out of the ordinary if your training hasn't been on point. You come then on that day and you try to do too much, and that's the result.
Yeah, he
I'm
looks.
not sure if Andrew got very much playing time on the Legends, because most of the time I think the Legends try to move it around, give everybody a game, and depend on Foley and Aaron to win.
Yeah, it would suggest that they have been a bit not quite as deep as they were last year. Still making it to the semi-finals, though.
Yeah. Very efficient. 5-2.
Overpowered there by Young, who takes a lead here.
Not too much power, but very consistent.
(6-3) at the timeout taken here by the Legends team, as Andrew Edwards starting to give up a couple of points, and we saw that Luke Young, as you mentioned, efficient, but he's growing in confidence here, and he's hitting the mark very regularly.
That's right. And over on table 2 we see Joshua Maxwell against Young.
Well, you were mentioning that you'd like to see a bit more from Edwards in terms of potential-wise. Great potential. You certainly have been an admirer of his game.
Yeah, he has a good game. He has potential, but he has had potential for a long time, and it hasn't, come to the forefront. This year he started really playing pretty well, but up against Luko Young, maybe it's a bridge too far.
Just clipping the net there, Young.
The important thing is to keep in the game, and the only way to keep in the game is to win this one. That was good. So you saw him doing something a bit different, away from the ordinary. He used a bit of a side spin push wide onto Young's forehand. That worked a bit. Type of things that Foley does. Because, Foley, when he played against Young, did a lot of that. Again, he
1 point lead at the halfway stage for Andrew. And they're now called for timeout themselves here, the Blasters. Dennis,
yes.
and it is Dennis LaRose speaking there to Luko Young, well ahead in this game. On the other table, we see that Maxwell is ahead of Josiah Joseph, 9-5, and already leading 1-0. So it looks like Queen's Park are going to maybe just a couple of points away from making it into the finals.
Yeah, well, they have another game still, but I think Maxwell will have the measure of Josiah Joseph. Young players, just 14 years old, a lot of ability, and will be one day on the national team.
Dave Ramutar doing the sweat squad work, as they like to call it, at international level. As Edwards to restart. And finally there's a little bit of a lead for him here. First time he's leading by 2.
Now he starts the bounce also, 6-8.
Well, Oyung,
The ball.
and that's Dave Ramutar asking for the ball just to ensure there's no sweat on it so no one can get any advantage or disadvantage from that.
A little bit of aggression from Andrew.
And
Beautifully played by Oyung. Completely wrong by Andrew. Trying to block instead of getting into position and counter driving.
Edwards looking very frustrated at the moment. One of the better rallies of the game, and it's gone towards Oyung, who takes a 9-8 lead.
Some defense by Andrew.
And Oyung arrives at match point.
Yeah, beautiful drive to the backhand. And that's always a good shot. You know, very efficient. And he has match point now. 10-8.
Well, they've arrived at the third towel break, and it is a 2-point lead here for Oyung. Can he wrap it up? He has 2 match points here.
And he's serving, so expected to.
Into the net, that's one erased.
To make the attacking shot. And it's now 10-9. He has got to make the serve a good, strong serve.
And again into the net, 10-all, wow.
To the net. A bit of nerves coming in here. As Andrew is showing.
Deuce here at the moment.
He's not going to give this up. It's 10-all.
Wow, 3 straight points here from Edwards. He has a game point of his own now.
Now he's on a roll. So Luko Young again. Good back spin.
And into the net, and Edwards pulls it back. It's 12-10, he takes it. And Edwards is back in this one in a big way. And that is brilliant from him. 4 straight points to take that game.
Yeah, quite surprising that Luko Young stopped motoring. We're starting to look for Andrew to miss rather than, continue his aggression and attack against him.
Yeah, he just got a bit conservative in the end there. And now, can Edwards build on that? Is Oyung, I'm sure that Oyung is not going to continue with that type of approach. He's going to have to go back to what's worked for him in this game already.
Yes, most definitely. Andrew should be, get a lot of confidence from what happened in that game. I think he was definitely helped by Oyung's play.
Well, Edwards here just talking things over with Aaron Rupnarine, just to the right of your picture. Young trailing, still leading 2-1 at the moment here. And Andrew Edwards, is this the start of his recovery? Can he pull it back now and tie it up at 2? Let's see how Luke Young starts off here, as he will serve to start off the 4th game. Well, he is going to start aggressively, but that didn't work out for him.
Again, he was late on that shot. Luke Young moved across to the forehand and put the drive away wide of it. Andrew's forehand. I'm a serve again. Yes.
Another lovely drive. That is 3-0 now. And Young has responded in the best possible way.
Yes, he certainly has. I think, though, that Andrew needs to play with a lot more variety.
And he's finally on the board.
Yeah. This one, instead of it going forward, it had a bit of backspin. And it's 1-3. Ball hits the top of the racket.
Maybe expecting a bit more underspin on that. Clipping off the top and flying into another postal code.
Again. Right down onto the backhand.
Young had the opportunity to close things out and take his team into a 2-1 lead, but facing a bit of a problem here in Andrew Edwards, but it seems that normal service has resumed here. He's leading 5-1.
Yes, he is. It looks as... Once again, those legs are not moving. If he gets the legs moving, then he will be able to rally the ball. So it's 1-6. Can't just depend on the service. It's 7-1.
Blasters camp has been very vocal.
Yeah.
The Legends camp has been silenced.
Luke Young taking care of business. Very good reverse, followed by a good loop right into the midsection. 8-1. That ball.
Well, it's a party on one side and it's a wake on the other, it seems.
Yeah. Chances slipping away.
Did that hit the table? Yes, it did. 9-1, and Young is running away with things here.
Most certainly is. And onto the table. Nothing you can do about that.
Well, pulling one back here, but the damage has already been done in this, what could turn out to be the final set. Final game here for them. Match point. Young, he was stung by losing that previous game. Now he's back to his best. 10-2 ahead and
10-2. It's match point.
And there it is. It's converted, and Andrew Edwards has gone down here, and Luke Young has won this final set 11-2. So he has taken this one 3-1, and that is a 2-1 lead now for the Carenage Blasters. They have a sighter finally of a place in the finals. Carenage Blasters with Luke Young winning 11-4, 11-7, 10-12, and 11-2. They are now ahead 2-1. So after the concession of that first game to Aaron Rupnarine, Aaron Wilson and Luke Young have now converted their chances, and it's up to Colin Wong to keep Aaron Wilson at bay somehow and keep the Legends team in this contest here. This is certainly going to be a very interesting encounter. And really, you have to say that Aaron Wilson did not hit top gear against Trevor Foley at any time. He just seemed to be going through the motions.
Well,
he might be tested here a bit.
He didn't need to hit top gear.
He didn't need to be honest.
Was
Yeah.
injured, you know, so. But now he's going to be facing a youngster who is going to have a very, very difficult task on his hands. But it's a youngster with a lot of ability. And these games, you are never certain if today will be Colin Wong's day.
As you mentioned, Wong out of Guyana.
Mm-hmm.
And Aaron Wilson from the Carenage Blasters. He's from that area also, I believe. And he's been with the Blasters all the way through his career. The man out of there's Wilson to the left of your picture. And another one of these table tennis players who looks like he could be on a 400-meter line at some point. Just have that sort of build, doesn't he?
Yes, yes. Well, Queen's Park, one of the unbeaten teams. Queen's Park and Blasters are both unbeaten. And we are seeing Queen's Park have completed a 3-0 victory over PowerGen. And they are just waiting on the winner of this. So far it's shaping up. If Aaron Wilson wins here, it would be a Blasters versus Queen's Park final.
Yeah, so confirmation, the Darren Douglas, Yuvraj Dukram and Joshua Maxwell taking care of business for Queen's Park, getting past Rod Singh, Anson Lauki and Josiah Joseph respectively, 3-0 there. And we're just waiting for the start of the Colin Wong for Legends against Aaron Wilson. Wilson, the #1 player in the country, and here we go. It's a start with Colin Wong to serve. And again, for this youngster, Colin Wong, it's a bit of a free hit for him. He's not expected to make a dent against Wilson, but so he can play with the confidence of a lion at the moment.
Yeah, take a good look at him. He has all the shots. He has all the ability. You know, doesn't quite have the experience, but he has the aggression. He has the shots. He has the know-how, good services, good service returns. You know, he moves very well. So, let's see what happens.
Seemed a bit surprised by that one. A nice good shot.
Good reverse. Good pickup. The runner at this stage will be just feeling him out. Yeah, he used that one wide of him. His legs are moving. He got back the first one, but Iran converted. Nice short backspin. 3-5. Colin is serving. Good flow and backhand. Played back wide to the forehand. You know, Colin Fong wanting there, and it's 3-6. Serves off the table.
4-point lead now here for Aaron Wilson. He allowed only 13 points against Trevor Foley in the first game of this particular tie. And he's motoring along well here. Already a 6-point lead.
Mm-hmm.
And here's game point.
Yeah, not unexpected. Youngster knows he has his work cut out.
And a smile on his face. And there it is. First game wrapped up 11-3. And Aaron Wilson on script here. And he has taken a very short time to put away this first game against Colin Wong.
Yeah, we see him a very happy Blasters camp. And a rather sudden looking camp of the Legends. I think the draw didn't quite favor them.
Well, the Blasters, Dennis LaRose has a
and then the
massive
injury.
smile on his face. Looks as wide as the Five Islands themselves at the moment. And Abai Lala, in fact, is the man who is slated to play next. He may not be required.
He's hoping that he's not required.
Well, being a player, he wants to get out there. I'm sure he wants to get out there and play.
Yeah, but you don't want to get out there and lose, huh?
That's the other thing. The pressure of playing in the fifth tie. And coming after, let's say, if that does happen, your top seed losing, which is never going to be easy at all.
Yeah. He ran first one into the net. You just have to keep up to his work. 1-1.
Nice sharp exchange between the two. I think Aaron has the makings of a footballer. I've seen him use some football skills several times with that tennis ball.
Yeah.
Sure, he plays
Early
a bit
stages.
of small goal from Carolage.
Yeah, he did venture into football at one time. But very quickly his coach got him out of that.
Well, if you're from Carenage, why not? Because they produce so many fine players. National football coach Angus Eve from that area.
Yeah.
And so many others. Kevin Molino. And there are so many to mention.
Yeah, and Angus Eve has the support of the players from Carnage.
He certainly does.
Many players.
Yes. And most importantly, the support of the TTFA. He's back on and staying as national coach until 2024.
Right. In the meantime, Aaron Wilson has a 4-point lead. Quite comfortable so far. Colin is going to have to try to put together a series of good points. He's got 2 so far, but now Aaron is serving.
And he's picked up another one.
Yeah. Some very good drives, good movement. A good push. Point to Aaron. So it's 6-8.
Dangerous
Wong
times
not out
here.
of it. Good pickup by Aaron with the backhand, and it's 6-9. Colin Wong to serve. No spin.
And that brings up game point here for Aaron Wilson. Ahead by 4 game points for him.
Surprised that he didn't take the advantage to try to finish that point, Colin Wong.
Well, it's not over yet.
7-10.
Well, Wilson is having a little bit of a tete-a-tete with the Legends section here. He's just having some words with them. Still game point here. And that's long, and that's game for Aaron Wilson. So he takes it 11-7 here, and he is now leading by 2. He's only allowed 10 points so far in these 2 wins. He's been quite dominant in these 2 games already. So Aaron Wilson ahead 11-3, 11-7, and just 1 game away of wrapping up a place in the finals here for the Carenage Blasters. And he is looking to take care of business against Colin Wong. The 5th game, if needed, by Lyle versus Trevor Foley. And I don't think that we're going to see that one here today. In the other semi-final, again, Queen's Park versus Powergen. Queen's Park, Darren Douglas, Yuvraj Dukram, and Joshua Maxwell winning their matches against Rod Singh, Anson Lauki, and Josiah Joseph respectively. They've run out 3-0 winners, and they will certainly be very confident heading into the final, which will be played later on today. And just to the middle of your picture, you can see the big trophy that is on offer here, just behind where Aaron Wilson is standing at this time. That is the trophy for the winners, and that is what a trophy should look like.
Lovely trophy it is. Okay, so now Colin Wong starts the second game. The third game.
Oohs and ahs after that one.
That's an excellent block by Aaron Wilson. Colin Wong would have thought that the point was won, but Aaron was right there to get it back onto the table. And it's 2-1. Aaron spins the ball onto his fingers very efficiently. Good backspin. Good pickup. Ball hits the top of the net and just bobbles up. Aaron very quickly tried to put it away, but wasn't able to do so, and it's 2-all. Colin Wong again. Nice and short.
Yeah, into the net, let on the play.
Slide ball. Hits the top of the net again, onto the table. Point to Aaron.
Yeah, apologizes to his opponent.
Certainly does. Wong serves. Reverse to the backhand. Aaron just manages to get it back onto the table. Wong skips around a bit slowly. Hits off the table. Once again, not sure where the service was going to. Pushes it into the net, and it's 5-2. Reverse. And a good backhand, and what a splendid return by Wong. I don't think Aaron was looking for that. It was backhand for backhand, and Wong backhand came out on top.
Wry smile. Another
Aaron
one.
Tried to respond, but Wong was right there with him. Some lovely points here from both players.
Wilson has a wry smile on his face after those two exchanges, and 3
Pushes
points in a
into
row
the
here.
net. And he is saying, look, I gotta be careful with this guy. Tries to trick him by going right down on the forehand. Misses. It's the top of the net and it's off the table. Gotta be careful here. Don't allow this guy to get too much confidence.
That one.
Foley type return by with his backhand.
Well, a lot of net chords in the last couple of points here, but that time.
The top of the net. He apologizes. It's 7-6. Wong again. It's a good slow serve. Aaron picks it up well. A bit careless with that backhand. Wong off the table. It's 7-all. Aaron now. Nice serve. Nice serve. It really dipped on Wong, and it's 8-7. Same serve again. This time Wong plays it back carefully. Aaron picks up a good backhand. The spin turns it away from Wong, and it's 7-9. Wong again.
He was ready for it that time.
That was a very good shot. You know, his positioning was very good as he made a drive down to Aaron's backhand. It's 8-9. Tries to make the backhand. It's Aaron now. It's match point, 10-8.
Match point, 2 match points here for Aaron Wilson.
It's not going to mock. Oh my goodness. He got that into the net, and it's 10-9.
And there it is, match point converted, and Aaron Wilson has put the Carenage Blasters into the finals. He has wrapped up this one, won the third game 11-9, and he has taken it at 3-7 and 9, 11-3, 11-7, 11-9, and that is a 3-0 win there. And that is, Legends are out of it now. They've been knocked out, and the Carenage Blasters have made it into the finals for the first time in the history of this competition. Power Gen also out. Queen's Park QPCC getting ahead there Now, just to give you the scores from the QPCC game, Darren Douglas beating Rod Singh 11-7, 11-9, 11-6. Yuvraj Dukram having a more difficult time against Anson Lauki, but eventually winning it 11-5, 8-11, 11-6, 11-6. And in the last matchup, Joshua Maxwell getting past Josiah Joseph 11-8, 11-7, 11-9. So it is going to be QPCC against Carenage Blasters, the two top teams into the final here. And that's going to be the situation. So we will be back with you in a bit for the finals, and that will be QPCC against Carenage Blasters. So stay tuned for that. So welcome back to coverage of the final of the ICWI Table Tennis Champions League 2023. Queen's Park versus Carenage Blasters in the final. Third place playoff features Powergen against Legends. First, the Powergen against Legends match. That's third place playoff. Powergen, Rod Singh, Anson Lauki, Amir Mohammed and Josiah Joseph. Legends, Colin Wong, Aaron Rupnarayan, Andrew Edwards, Kenneth Parmaland and Aaron Rupnarayan, of course, will play in the last game. As for QPCC, they would certainly start as favourites here. Darren Douglas will start off against Gabriel John. Joshua Maxwell will play Aaron Wilson. Yuvraj Dukram will face Luke Oyung. Joshua Maxwell will take on Abai Lal, and Imani Edwards-Taylor will face Aaron Wilson in the last one. QPCC winning the toss, Stanley Hunt, and they have installed Joshua Maxwell as their marquee player. He and Aaron Wilson, that promises to be a titanic clash.
Yes, the key matchup is of course going to be the game between Dukram and Lukoyong. That will be the key matchup. We'll see what Maxwell can do against Wilson. Douglas probably expected to beat Gabriel John. Maxwell to beat Abai Lal. And if it gets down to Wilson against Edwards Taylor, Wilson expected to win. So, looking at that, the games that are of particular interest will be Maxwell against Wilson and Dukram against Oyong.
So Maxwell used as the marquee player for the match today. In the semi-final, Yuvraj Dukram, he was the one who performed that role, but he wasn't required, of course. They won it in 3. Darren Douglas beating Rod Singh 3-0. Yuvraj Dukram defeating Anson Lauki 3-1, and Maxwell 3-0 win over Josiah Joseph. So this time around, a different lineup here.
Well, the Maxwell-Wilson game is going to be a very interesting game.
Clash of the Titans.
Yes.
Yeah, certainly we missed out in the semi-finals. We did not see. It would have been interesting had Carenage Blasters had put up Aaron Rupnarayan against Aaron Wilson. That would have been something to see. It didn't happen.
Didn't happen.
Now we do have that should have happened in the semi-final, but we will get to see Josiah Maxwell and Aaron Wilson face off. Now these two did in fact face off in the national championships just over a week ago, and it was Maxwell that time that came out on top. He actually beat Aaron Wilson in the semi-finals and the former national player Curtis Humphrey in the final. That's Joshua Maxwell last week. So that was an impressive performance from him. Can he repeat the trick here? That's going to be what they're waiting to see.
Well, Aaron Wilson is in prime form. Joshua Maxwell is in good form also. So it's going to be a good matchup.
Certainly will be. Let's focus on the first one, which is Darren Douglas against Gabriel John. Gabriel John went down in the opening matchup of the semi-finals, 9-11, 8-11, 6-11 against Aaron Rupnarayan. How will he fare against Darren Douglas, who is quite a fine player? Douglas defeating Rod Singh 11-7, 11-9, 11-6 in his first game. And here we go with we're just about ready for the start.
Yeah, and the third place finals and the finals are being played simultaneously. The finals on the near table.
And Douglas starting well with one into the corner, so he's up 1-0. What do you expect here from these two?
Yeah, well, Gabriel is going to have to deal with that power of Darren Douglas. I think Darren would be the favorite to win. And Gabriel John is going to have to raise his game significantly to be able to beat Darren Douglas at this point in time.
Another excellent finish into the corner.
Darren has raced a 4-0 lead. Gabriel John is going to have to find some four of his own.
Finally on the table for Gabriel John. His mom is here and other members of his family here to support him.
Yes, that's very good. It's always good to have parental support.
Well, she's the one clapping the loudest, and as you would expect. Parents only 5 meters away from young John, and certainly showing a lot of encouragement for him. Already this is shaping up to be a big, powerful battle.
Go serve. Good go serve as the ball spins back towards him. And it's 4-5.
Well, that breaks the sequence of points.
Skips around quickly, puts the drive away, passes backhand, and it's 6-4.
Responds with a drive of his own into the opposite corner.
Yeah. Was ready for that first pickup by Gabriel John. 7-4.
Just clipped the net there on its way out. 7-5 to lead at the second towel break.
Gabriel doesn't forgoes this towel break. Wants to get on with it.
Well, he was on a bit of a run there, but that time
didn't get a block in properly. It's 5-8. Continues with a go serve. Picks up again. 9-5.
Oh, a couple of excellent returns there. He loses the point, but Douglas certainly not overawed here.
Yeah. With a backspin. Moves around, tries to finish it. But a bit too close to his body that time.
Well, 5 game points there,
position.
1 erased.
10-6. 6-10.
And there it is, converting that one well into the corner, 11-6, and Douglas takes that one pretty comprehensively. And this is what we would have expected to see from Darren Douglas, 11-6 here, and he is there off and running. Darren Douglas would have started as the number 2 seed in the singles competition yesterday. He had Foley in his group and lost to Foley early. Foley eventually making it into the finals, losing out to Aaron Wilson. But certainly he may have gone deep in that competition had it not been for facing the former Caribbean champion.
Yeah, what happened, he came second in his group, so he had another chance. But that meant that he went into Aaron Wilson at the quarterfinal stage.
Yeah.
So, you know, if he had gotten past Farley, then there's a possibility he could have gone to the final.
So, more words of advice for young Darren Douglas from his coach, Dennis LaRose.
And in the third place playoff, Colin Wong won the first game at 8 versus Rod Singh. 11-8 in the first game.
So Wong on the board there already, and it is Douglas on the board here. He will start us off in the second game. Good start here for John, already on the board.
the net. Good first pick up by Wong. Second ball into the net.
Douglas with the put away. Wow.
Yeah.
Excellent way to start the second game.
Well, he seemed to be have been in a fairly good position, but yet he did not try to get that ball.
And
top of the net again. 3-1. 14 point for Darren Douglas.
he's just giving Douglas the opportunity to express himself here.
Really well played by Gabriel John. Right into the elbow of Darren Douglas. Good positioning. It's 3-2. He's going to change that service, I'm sure. He served it into his elbow instead. And it's 2-4. Darren is ready. Gabriel is ready. Good push. Good pick up by Gabriel John. Darren unable to negotiate the block. And it's 3-4. Good backspin. Good pick up by Darren. And once again, first drive to the backhand, second drive to the middle. John doesn't turn. 5-3. Again, wider service, middle of the table. Bad pick up by Gabriel John. It's 6-3. Middle of the table again. Getting a bit of difficulty with that service to the middle of the table is Gabriel John.
Lead expands to 4 here for Douglas. And that's one back. A bit surprised that Douglas wasn't the marquee player for this final. Or is Maxwell deserve his place?
Maxwell is the marquee player.
Certainly as the winner of the singles competition last week, he would deserve that honor.
Being made to fight for it. Couple of drives. Good placement. 8-5. That was a quick one. A quick hammer into the body. Off the table, 5-9.
Yeah, he nailed it. 2 points away from a 2-0 lead. Just missed that one.
Once again, he went for one to the backhand, one to the middle. Instead, it was off the table this time. They needed precision to get that on. 6-9. Good backspin. Again. John doesn't seem to be making that turn sufficiently to block the ball or counter the ball. That's up to the middle of the table.
Game point.
10-6.
And there it is. 11-6. He's taken it just like the first game. 11-6, 11-6. A 2-0 lead here for the QPCC player Darren Douglas. And Gabriel John has gone down second time in this contest. 11-6. Can he find a way back here against the powerful ball striker Darren Douglas? Coming up, there's also Joshua Maxwell. He will be showing up for the first time, the marquee player of the Queen's Park Cricket Club team. He's up against Aaron Wilson in what will be a bit of a revenge match there for Wilson.
Yes, it would be. On the third place playoff, Raj Singh has drawn level against Colin Wong, and it's 1-1 there.
Well, there was a bit of crosstalk at the toss earlier, just a couple minutes ago. In fact, the QPCC man Edwards, he was having the toss, and he was having a little discussion there with Aaron Wilson. And when he saw that he was coming up against Maxwell, Wilson had a little bit of a smile on his face, as if relishing the opportunity. And he said, well, Wilson was saying, well, you know, I'm down to play the fifth match. And Edwards told him, it's not going to last that long. It'll be over in 3. So, yeah, that's a bit of gun talk at the start of it. So, just a little bit of a joke between the two fierce rivals, QVCC and Carronage Blasters. Here we go. It is Gabriel John to start off here. And this game he needs to win. He's down 2-0 already. Oh, he gets it at the 5th attempt.
Finally got enough power in the shot, and Darren was off the table, showing his skill in returning. Gabriel, power is still developing, but he was consistent enough to win that point.
That one, maybe a bit of side spin onto that, putting it into the corner and away from Douglas. And after a couple of good points, an easy one there for Douglas to get his account going in the third match here, third game. Too much power on that one. Couldn't handle the pace. It's an altogether more even contest in the third place playoff. This one's going just one way at the moment.
Yes, it is. Right, Gabriel John 2 down now. This is the time that he can go full throttle.
Well, he has to at this point. It's almost up to that point of no return position. Just too long.
Again, he needs to be able to cover that ball a bit better, or to try to rally it. He needs some more hand speed there. It's 4-3.
Let on the play, just touching the net there. The eagle eyes of Carlisle Cleveland. And it's trying to flip that one out to the backhand. Too long again. Good defensive skills initially, but too much power in it there for John.
Yeah, Darren just off the table, lobbing the ball back. Not the game that he should be playing against Gabriel John. Allowing Gabriel John to get his confidence.
Yeah, he's allowing the younger man to dictate the pace here, and he really should be taking the initiative early as he could.
He leads 6-5, so...
Took that one very low. You could see how much spin there was on that ball.
Yes.
A lot of top spin on it. Not getting over the net, though.
Gabriel has an opportunity now to pull one back. Serving 6-all.
A belated call for the let. Again, too much power there exhibited there by Douglas to win the point.
The level pegging, 7-all.
And the Blasters here holding on. Well, Gabriel John down 11-6, 11-6. It's 7-7 at the moment in the third. Not an excellent put away.
Yeah, it's gone back to what worked for him, the drive to the middle of the table.
Well, that one certainly got him off the table there.
Yeah, well played there. Well played by Gabriel John. And
Played
it's 8-all.
Maybe 2 feet up below the table when he played that one. Long.
That was a very good try. It was the right attempt, the right shot. Just needed to.
He's
make sure
in the
that
red
it's
zone
on.
here now, Gabriel John. And Long.
Backhand spin.
Couple of match points now for Darren Douglas. And Douglas takes it. 3-0. He's closed out the third game. 11-8. And that is all she wrote for this one. QPCC take a 1-0 lead. And Darren Douglas 3-0 against Gabriel John, winning this match 11-6, 11-6, 11-8. And certainly it's on script so far for QPCC.
Yes, it is. Looking at the third place playoff, we see that Rod Singh won the third game and has taken a 2-1 lead over Colin Wong. So that would be an important game for Power Gen if they should win that one.
Yes, critical there for the teams finishing in third place. Well, it's going to be Joshua Maxwell in to place Aaron Wilson, and this is the Battle of the Titans. They faced off in the national championships. It was Maxwell that won it that time against Wilson. Wilson will be aching for some payback here. What a time to win it if he could.
Yeah. Maxwell is a very talented young player and a lot of power on both sides of the table. He has power with his forehand and his backhand, and he can match Aaron point for point. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. Aaron is in fine form with a lot of confidence, and he's not going to just lie down and die.
And he has a point to prove after losing out in that semi-final. I think that's also at the back of his mind. You know, revenge is something that can burn your house down, or it could build you one. Just to paraphrase a famous quote. But Darren Douglas doing his job. He's on sitting down at the moment. He's not going to play any further part in this final. Joshua Maxwell will have to do the business here. And if he can get past Aaron Wilson for the second time in a couple of weeks, well then that's going to be almost Queen's Park with a hand and a few fingers on that trophy already. Well, you've watched Aaron Wilson a lot here. What's the key to neutralizing his game?
Very difficult proposition.
Easier in theory than in practice, isn't it?
Yeah. Very difficult.
I think, you know, with dominant players like that, you really have to get on top of them early and just don't relent in any possible way. But easier said than done, as I mentioned.
The thing about Aaron Wilson, he does not always play as well as he can play. You know, when he's playing at his best, then you need to have a certain quality to be able to get past him.
Well, here's the start, and it's going to be Maxwell to serve here to Aaron
Maxwell is
Wilson.
going to serve.
And immediately Wilson on the board.
First blood to Aaron Wilson.
And a
Quick
good
hands.
response.
Quick hands, his hands are there, and a return back onto the table, and it's 1-1.
Every point has been applauded with some gusto by the QPCC team and their lineup.
See, Aaron is very serious there now. Now Joshua Maxwell has rushed into a 3-1 lead.
And certainly that power showing up there already.
Yeah, he has the power, he has the ability.
Well, Wilson responds in kind. A smile finally on the face of Wilson.
into the body, 3-2. Good service. Hits the top of the net off the table.
First towel break, and it is Wilson down by 2
2-4.
here. Just Luko Young clapping along Wilson.
Cheering on one side, Blasters cheering on the other side. It's a real final.
And that's out. This final already starting to bubble.
Yeah, 2 of the top sides from the North Zone. And it's 4-all.
And 2 of the top players involved in those teams. The 2 top players involved here. Just too long. And that's into the corner. Wow. What a response there from Maxwell.
The power of Maxwell is coming to the forefront.
And Wilson responds in his own way. Wouldn't be surprised if this one goes to 5. As you mentioned, quick hands and the power to go with it.
Quick hands. That's a bit of a difference there with Wilson this time. He didn't use the pace of the ball, but in fact, he spun it a bit more without much pace. Got that point quite well. It's 7-6 to Maxwell. Comes to the middle of the table, makes a reverse, he run a good backhand, followed by a backhand drive, hits the top of the net, he apologizes straight away, but it's 7-all. Point stands. Good serve. This time, Maxwell backwards a little, gets the ball back onto the table, and it's 7-8. Good poster. Tries to get that backhand going, doesn't do so. And Maxwell now has a 2-point lead, 9-7.
We're heading towards the danger zone of this game, 9-7. And the lead here for Maxwell. He's on serve. And he has a game point, and he has 3. And Maxwell takes the first game, 11-7. Maxwell ahead here. Shades of that final last week, Stanley.
Yes, again. Wilson, we know he does not play the first game as well as he normally should. We have seen them losing the first game on many occasions. But I think Maxwell played an excellent game, and we can expect more of the same maybe. On the other table, it's Rod Singh leads Colin Wong 9-6 in the 5th game.
Well, that one's really going the distance, isn't it?
Yeah.
But it looks like Rod Singh is edged ahead here. He has a 3-point lead, and there is a timeout taken there for Wong's corner.
Yes, I think they will be very concerned because, Foley is not playing in this one, and they would expect that Wong would win his game. So with Rod Singh winning this game, it's going to put them in a little bit of a bind. They'll have to, get 2 wins from Arun Narayan and 1 win somewhere else. Won't be from Wong if he loses here.
And in case you're just joining us, the reason why Foley is out, the former Caribbean champion, he suffered a hamstring injury during the quarterfinals. He played through the semifinal, lost out to Aaron Wilson, and then wasn't called upon to play again. He is out of the 3rd place playoff. Wilson starts off here in the 2nd and is already on the board.
Blue one start by Wilson. It's 1-0. Bit of a go serve. Followed by a good, powerful backhand.
Well, you mentioned he picks it up in the second game. There's already signs of that.
Yeah, he does. Maxwell responds, and it's 1-2.
Well, Wilson has the Queen's Park bench behind him here, so
Looks
more
back
pressure
at
on
the
him.
Queen's Park bench. I think that's going to spur him on.
Well, he seems to be that kind of player who enjoys a little needle. So if he gets some of his own, that could actually work in his favor to motivate himself.
Maxwell is playing a good game, and it's 2-all. High toss. Maxwell quickly across. Brings the backhand into play. Backhand roll. Iran ends up winning the point in the 3-2.
Change of ball here. That one flying clean off the court, coming off the edge of the racket there, and just skying away.
Good reverse. Careful play. Iran misses a backhand. Doesn't miss those very often. But it's 3-all. The impressive Maxwell shows a bullet service. Iran gets it back onto the table, but the follow-up by Maxwell is good. And he now is 3-4.
Oh, excellent return there by Wilson. Both teams knowing the importance of this game because Queen's Park could go up 2-0 and put themselves on the hill if they can get the win here against Wilson.
Again, a good backhand by Wilson.
Just long again, missing another one of those backhands.
At 5-all, Maxwell is serving. Trying to take a 2-0 lead. Uses the reverse. Bit careless with that backhand there. And it's 5-6. Another reverse. Iran plays it back carefully to the middle of the table. And it's 7-5.
2-point lead finally here for Wilson. Can he carry on? And a 3-point lead. Wow. Wilson's come back here.
Some loose play by Maxwell for those 3 points. Losing 2 points with his service and then the first ball looping off the end of the table.
And pulls
back
one
on
back.
Track with a good backhand pickup. Iran somehow just blocked that one off the table. And it's 6-8, Maxwell back serving.
And Wilson restores his 3-point lead here. He could go on to equalize here.
Yeah, he pushed that one wide of Maxwell. Maxwell moved a bit slowly. Didn't get to it. And now he serves the ball off the table.
And a game point here for Wilson.
Unforced errors by Maxwell in this game.
4 game points for him. And converts! 1-all! There it is. That's Wilson taking this one back. And as you mentioned, he is back with a bang here. 11-6, it's 1-all. In the meantime, where there's a result in the first game in the third place playoff, Colin Wong has just won the final set. So he's taken, Rod Singh, correction, has just won the final. And he has taken that one 15-13 and 3-2. So there we have it. This one is at 1-all here, and 11-6, the final margin here between these two players. So far, Joshua Maxwell, 11-7 the first game, and Aaron Wilson, 11-6 winning the second, so it is all at it's a 1-all, so I'm not surprised, Stanley, if this one goes to 5. We could very well have that.
Definitely can. It's time. Joshua somehow the other day he lost he lost focus in that second game.
Yeah, he certainly did. And it's that danger period just after about the 7-8 point in that latter part.
The middle of the game.
Middle of the game. That's where he lost the plot.
Phrase. Maxwell serving.
Let that one. Wilson looking to get on the board early here. That's long. Wilson off the mark immediately. And suddenly it's the Blasters team that are up in arms. And another point there for Wilson. If anything, his body language has certainly improved.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure he wants to play this tournament unbeaten. So he would not want to be losing against Joshua Maxwell in this tournament.
Get into the net.
Joshua Maxwell is one of the players who have the ability to be able to beat him.
And did last week. Long. He's gone long here again. And a 3-0 lead for Wilson, who is bouncing around the place like a rubber ball at the moment. And 4. Wow. What a turnaround.
Yeah. Maxwell has certainly gone off the boil.
Well, he's on the board finally. Wilson trying to bring up the 5th point here. Hits that long. And again, he's gone long. And that's Wilson. 5-1 ahead now. At the towel break. Certainly the Parkites have to lift their play at the moment because I think they might not be far away. If there are a couple more points for Wilson here, we could see a timeout here be called by Queen's Park. (6-1). They might be considering it at a moment. Oh, great play. And Maxwell comes out on top in that rally. He's not done.
Well, it's the type of point that would inspire a bit of confidence. So let's see if it does. 2-6. Nice and short.
That's out.
Didn't get a drive in. Drive seemed to be on, but it's 2-7 now.
Well, he's now starting to rally here, Maxwell.
Good service. Aaron is serving now.
Into the net, 8-3.
To the middle of the table.
And a roar from Aaron Wilson. The Lion of Carenage has gotten moving here. And another one. Boy, he is running away with this one.
Yeah, he most certainly is. Since the middle of the game, the last game, Maxwell seemed to have gone off the boil.
Let. And the scorer just reminding him he was just hiding the ball a bit there. Need to see the ball. And that's out again. Game point here for Aaron Wilson. What a turnaround this has been. Wilson takes a 2-1 lead.
Painfully.
Wilson takes it 11-3. So what a great set there.
That Aaron Wilson doesn't play the first game as powerfully as he does the second and third game.
Yeah, he certainly has come back well here. And in these last 2 games, he's just allowed 9 points. 9 points for Joshua Maxwell. So something has to be done here. Joshua Maxwell just having a talk. He's a bit down in the dumps at the moment against Aaron Wilson. And this is where the coaching staff have to earn their money at this point to get him back up and going here once again.
Yeah, not much you can do at this stage. You need to motivate him, for one. And you need to get him to be ready for that shot that comes to the middle of the table. And he himself needs to execute his drives. Because if he doesn't execute the drives, then Aaron is going to dominate him completely. He has to execute, he has to be able to move and counter what Aaron throws at him.
Wilson with the serve to start off the
The fourth game. Yeah.
Long.
That wasn't what we're looking for. Aaron takes a 1-0 lead. That's more like it. And the bench rises in unison, the Queen's Park bench.
Yeah, the Parkites are supporting their man here.
And it's 1-1. Tries a reverse, but a bit too bouncy. Aaron is right on top of that and puts it away. Much better serve. Yeah. Keep pushing. Aaron goes low to pick it up. Doesn't succeed and it's 2-all. No spin. Missed a very simple backhand. Aaron.
He had a little rueful smile on his face. He knew he should have put that one away.
Yes, 2-3. This time he runs it down his forehand, but Maxwell was ready for it. Reflexes were there, his hands were quick enough. He got around, played it back onto the table to the surprise of Aaron, and it's 4-2.
Well, Luko Young believes his man will take care of business here in to win it 3-1. He's already warming up.
Yes, he has to.
And the cries of
Spin
Wilson.
from Aaron this time against the service is 4-3. Maxwell leads. Once again, a good pickup by Aaron Wilson. Not serving tight enough as Maxwell. As that one was off the table a bit, Aaron was right on top of it. It's 4. Good reverse. Good
and again.
Back. Held it back a bit, Maxwell. Causing Aaron to miss. And it's 4-5. Good pickup by Maxwell. Lovely movement. As Aaron put it down his forehand. Moved beautifully and drove it away to lead 6-4. Joshua Maxwell going to serve. It's going to be a very good game.
Wilson
Aaron
screams in front of the Parkites bench
He's
here.
ready now.
Just to remind them that he's still around.
As Joshua missed that drive going down the back. Nice and short.
And long again.
And once again, the ball was there to be hit. But I think Maxwell was there too early for the shot and put it off the table.
His eyes
And
lit up there. Couldn't execute. And Wilson again.
So the crowd is riveted. There's a lot of excitement here.
Timeout has been called, and we did expect this to happen at some point. And it's almost a now or never time here for the Parkites. And,
so a timeout call by
well, it has been called by the Queen's Park team, I think.
Yeah,
I saw that going up on the Cleveland, Carlisle Cleveland. And it is Maxwell who is getting a lot of advice here from his coach. If anything, if you're looking at the body language of the two players, the one that looks more centered at the moment has to be Aaron Wilson. Yeah. Why not? He's ahead 2-1, and he's just slightly ahead here in this, what could be the decisive fourth match. Yuvraj Dukram
So the
will
1
be
minute
playing
of the timeout is gone.
Yuvraj Dukram will be playing Luke Young in the next game. Still a long way to go in this one, you feel.
So
Maxwell still not ready here, just trying to get himself ready for the next bit of play.
they ran back on song immediately. Picks up a good backhand.
This is the phase of the game where it started to go away from Maxwell.
That's good spin. Excellent
Just
play
long.
by Maxwell. As he showed his quick hands, and you know, looking at his size, it defies you know, the thinking that he can move that quickly. It's 7-8. And he has drawn level now as they run non-forced error, gets that one into the net. It's 8-all.
Very even contest here. This one could go either way. Wilson trying to pull ahead now. And that's out.
Well placed by Maxwell as he went wide onto Wilson's forehand.
Boy, the clash of the Titans has lived up to its billing here. This has been the contest of the tournament so far.
There we go again. Wilson serves. Good pick up.
Maxwell goes long. 9-all. Wilson
Right there,
potentially 2 points away from victory. Critical phase of the game.
Arun Rupnarayan has a 2-0 lead against Hanson Lauki. But we're back here. Where
This-
there is red. It's 9-all.
This is a critical phase of the game now. Next point is critical.
Reverse.
And that's long.
It's a reverse that was pretty high. Somehow or the other, Aaron seemed to be a bit too upright in making that shot.
Game point
At the
here
top
for
of the
Maxwell.
net and
Can
then
he draw
cross the
level
table.
at 2-all?
His crouch is low this time. Good push. Lovely. pick
And
up
that
with his
defeats the
backhand.
racket. It's a deuce. Wow.
Immediately he corrected that. He was too high in the saddle just now. He went low and was right there to pick up that ball.
Well, the horse hasn't bolted just yet, though. Might be low in the
10-all.
saddle.
Maxwell is there.
10-all.
Nice push.
Long, and Wilson has a match point.
Maxwell moves across, drives, but he doesn't close the racket sufficiently to get that drive on. And it's 10-11.
Match point for Wilson. Maxwell
Maxwell
has
is
to hold on here.
10-11. Reverse low. Good pickup. Good drive.
That's long. Deuce again.
Good
Wiped
drive,
away
and
one
it's
match point.
11-all as it hits the top of the net and goes off the table. Excitement continues here at the center of excellence. This lovely stadium. It's 11-all. Aaron Wilson ready. Oh,
That
yes,
hits
he
the
was
corner,
ready.
and another match point here for Wilson. Wilson, another match point for him. Can he
Joshua-
convert at the
Joshua-
second point? That's long, and that's victory for Aaron Wilson. 13-11, he's taken it, and 3-1. Brilliant victory here by Aaron Wilson, coming back from one game down to take it 3-1. Stanley, has that lived up to the billing as the game of the tournament so far?
Not the game of the tournament, but it was a very good game. I think Joshua Maxwell played in spurts. At times he was very good. And when he lost points, he lost 3-4 points, one behind the other. So he played a good game. He could be reasonably proud of what he did in the game.
Well, he should be back in the next couple of games here, and he has to lift himself now on. He certainly will be playing in the next couple of games. He'll be coming up against Abhay Lal Yuvraj Dukram will be playing against Luke Young. This is another fine contest here between these two.
The game between Luke Young and Yuvraj Dukram will decide who wins this championship, because you would expect Maxwell to win and Wilson to win. So whoever wins this game will be the champion.
Yeah, it's going to be a real big contest between these two.
Unless Abhay Lal defeats Maxwell or Imani Edwards Taylor defeats Wilson. And neither of the two could be expected.
How is Lal feeling right now at the moment here? Because, I mean, if you are the coach, you'd certainly be keeping a check on him at the moment and how he is shaping up for this one. Well, I can tell you.
He's a player who has improved tremendously in recent times, but he is a defensive player, and I don't think he would be able to quite cope with Joshua Maxwell. Well, it would be nice to see him, put up a good game and a good fight.
Well, Lal has, looking across just outside of your picture, he's just to the left of where the camera is pointing at the moment, and he had a little smile on his face. He seemed to be enjoying himself, and he will certainly be up next here. But as you said, Stanley,
this is the game.
This is the game that could decide the title here. Douglas, so just to remind you, winning the first, defeating Gabriel John 3-0, 11-6, 11-6, 11-8, and in a really excellent battle here, Aaron Wilson coming back from 11-7 down to win the next three, 11-6, 11-3, 13-11, and taking it 3-1.
And it's interesting on table 2 because we see that Anson Lauki has pulled back one against Arun Rupnarayan.
Yeah, Arun perhaps taking his foot off the gas there.
In fact, leads 5-4 in the fourth. So Arun leads 2-1. He just needs to win one more. But Anson Lauki is making him work for it.
Well, here we go. The start of matchup number 3. Yuvraj Dukram in the left side of your picture. And it's Luke Young to serve to start off.
And Luke Young draws first blood. It's 1-0.
And the Caradage man forges further ahead. Well, he's not from Caradage, actually, from Diego Martin, right down the road. Apologies there from Dukram. That one skimmed off the top of the net.
Yes. See, quick hands from Dukram.
Oh, that one was just too easy there. Not an apology there from Dukram. Almost finding the corner with that one there, Luke Young.
Yeah, not being very kind to Young at this stage. Reverse. Bit of a casual block from Oyong. Good spin from Dukram, and it's a 4-2 lead.
First towel break, and Dukram ahead.
Good serve. You could see that backspin. It's a long backspin. Short backspin this time. Yeah.
Another one goes long.
And nice blasters players. And bench trying to raise the level of Luko Young as he comes up against Yuvraj Dukram. Once again, a good service. Top of the net, off the table. It's 5-all. Neither player has been very efficient so far. Seen a lot of errors.
Errors-strewn performance from these two.
Net again. The number of times that ball has hit the top of the net. And now off the table. It's a very nervy first game by both players. And look how Young leads Yuvraj Dukram 7-5.
Second towel break, and Aaron Wilson was on his feet. They're shouting out some encouragement there for Luca Young, who continues to serve here.
Yeah, look at our casual block there. You're gonna get spin, you gotta keep that ball down. 7-6 he leads So Young. Right, keeps it down this time. And once again, he doesn't cover and drive it away.
2 errors
And
on the
it's
backhand,
Dukram.
1 on the
It's
forehand
7-1.
here for a Young. Ooh, that one nicks the table.
Amateur the backhand takes the edge of the table. Oh Young apologizes. 7-8.
That's out.
Again, the top of the deck and off the table. It's 8-all. I don't remember seeing a game with so many balls hit on the top of the net.
A lot of nerves here for
8-all.
these two players.
Clear now on first error. As well Young takes the lead 9-8.
Oh, what a return down the line. Wow.
Yeah.
That
He
gives
was
him game
there.
point.
He was there. Good block by Young.
Wow, that was something to see. And that has given him 2 game points here.
Yeah.
First blood
But
potentially here for the
Yuvraj is
Blasters.
serving. It's 8-10.
Pulls one back with the serve.
You see-
Excellent
you
bit
see
of
the
work.
spin. You see the spin on the ball as the ball comes back. 9-10.
And into the net, and there it is. First game to
Young
Luko
has
Young.
taken
He's
the first
taken it
game,
11-9. So 11-9. That's Luko Young ahead there of Yuvraj Dukram. And that is the Karanaj Blasters. They have taken the last 4 games in this tie. So the tide definitely has shifted against the QPCC team, but still a long way to go in this contest. Here's Stanley with at least 2 more games still to be played here between Luko Young and Yuvraj Dukram. Coming up, Joshua Maxwell will be back on the table for Queen's Park against Abhay Lal. He is, of course, playing for the Karanaj Blasters. And if needed, Imani Edwards-Taylor will take on Aaron Wilson for the Karanaj Blasters in the last encounter here. So,
Yes, and in the third place playoff, Arun Rupnarayan prevailed over Anson Lauki. So it's 1-all in that tie.
So 1-all there and 1-all here. So even Steven, they're going at the moment. Dukram looked as though he was going to run away with that first one. A couple of indifferent points by Luko Young, but he picked it up at the end. And Dukram will be serving now, right with his teammates just behind him. First point there to Dukram.
In the top of the net.
I'm not sure if we're keeping stats, Stanley, but that's I'm making about the 20th so far.
That's a world record.
Yeah, there have been a lot of net cords in this one.
And it's 1-all. Nice and slow. It didn't work to his advantage at all. It's 1-2. Luko Young. Nice reverse. No, very awkward playback there. Nothing fluent. Dukram serves now 3-1.
Ooh, and that's
Let's try
4-1.
to push it. Very unforced.
Another error here by Young.
Yuvraj Dukram goes 4-1.
And 5-1, wow.
I think these two players are very nervous.
Yes.
because I'm not seeing the quality of table tennis that I would expect from these two players.
Well, as you've correctly identified, this is the match that could determine where the title goes here. So that's why there's a huge amount of anxiety in this one.
And now Dukram takes a 6-1 lead.
Big 5-point advantage here for the Parkites. Oh, and another one. Dukram's feeling it now.
Well, I will want to see both players settle down and really start to play good tennis in the next year.
Oh, ho, ho.
Dukram is beginning to kick on. UV.
Huge momentum shift here in the game. I know Young has been very, very tentative in his returning.
Yes, very
That's
tentative.
been the key here for Dukram's revival. Into the net, finally he's pulled one back, but the damage has been done here. Game point, 8 game points here for Yuvraj Dukram to go 1-all in this tussle here for the third matchup in this final of the ICWI Table Tennis Champions League. And Dukram converts 1-all. He's taken this set. He's absolutely raced away with it, 11-2, and it's 1-all so far. Luke Oyoung rather tamely has given that particular game away here, but real credit here to Dukram on a really good revival for him.
Yeah, I think UV started motoring on in this game, and Luke seemed to, have frozen a bit. So Luke is capable of a much better game, and I expect in the third game we will see Luke being a bit more efficient in what he's doing.
Well, in the third
third
place playoff,
a lot of the shots are hitting the top of the net, which means that the players have not properly adjusted. Because if you're hitting the top of the net and it's going off, it means therefore that your racket is a bit too level. So you need to make sure that you get that ball with the belly, that it goes over the net. So if it's going too flat, you got to be precise with those shots.
start of the third match here, and it's Oyoung to serve. Dukram carrying the momentum into this one.
Nice.
And he is.
That was better.
He's feeling it now. Oyoung on the board.
He looks confident, looks like he means business.
Just glancing off the table there. Apologies
Again,
there from
the
Young.
top of the net. This time it comes onto the table. I think they better remeasure that net. Again, the top of the net.
Well, the players might be asking for that themselves.
To the net, 3-all.
1-all. 9-11, 11-2. That's the score so far. Yuvraj Dukram winning, storming back to take the second game. Luke Oyoung fighting back here. 3-all in the third. This is the critical one. Oh, another net caught involved in that one. And that one thunders into the net. Well, it hasn't been the best quality game, but it has been gripping so far.
No, it hasn't.
And again, that's gone long.
Luke is getting too straight after his first shot. You know, he's making that first shot and then he's up in the air. There's no crouch. It's a good service, however. And it's 5-all. Good serve, good push.
Somehow that stays
top
in.
Of the net again.
And long. Almost every rally, the net has been involved somewhere.
Yeah. 6-5, UV leads. Okay, and yet I don't know why Luke is playing that forehand like that. So a forehand block. Obviously, there's no momentum you can make when you make a shot like that.
Trailing by 2 points here, Young, now, and so he now has a chance to serve and bring things back to parity.
And he does it efficiently, 6-7.
And he wins both points on his serve.
And then Dukram helps him. UV helps him by pushing that one into the net. 7-all.
That's going to land into... Oh, that's a landed. Somehow that stayed in.
What's wrong with that net? It's 8-7. UV is serving to Luke Young.
And long again. 9-7. Dukram edging closer here to taking this pivotal
Simple
third
drive.
game.
Luke doesn't get it. 7-9.
That one's not going to land, is it? It does. And that's long. Wow, what a bit of play that was there between these two players.
Improvisation by the players, but eventually Luko Young wins the point, and he's there 8-9.
Long, and he's back level at 9.
He pulls it off again. Now, if he could start doing the right things, he could give the Yuvraj a lot more trouble. He's just too straight on the forehand.
Well, we're heading into the danger zone again here at 9-all. Shades of what we saw in the first game. In the first game, it was at 9-all. Luka Young went on to take it 11-9. Can he repeat the trick here? Oh, yes, he's taken one. Game point here for Young.
This is an unexpected twist.
Oh, Young looked out of this game. He's now back with a game point here.
So it's 9-10. UV is serving.
Into the net. Wow.
And
that one, an awful little hop there.
It popped on him. And Luke put it into the net.
How
It's
lucky could you
10-all.
be? 10-all.
10-all and 1-all. Luke serves.
Oh, Young long.
Two lovely drives by Dukram. Again, not too happy with those type of blocks by Luke Young. on the
Game
forehand.
point here for Dukram to go 2-1 up.
Good backhand pickup. Lovely. Flew on.
Long and 11-all. Back to deuce.
Well, it certainly makes excitement with the crowd. It's 11-all.
Even the neutrals, I'm sure, are enjoying this. Into the net. Another game point here for Young.
Another tight service that Dukram was not able to negotiate and get over the net. But now he in turn is going to serve to Ouyang, and I think he's going to serve tight also.
And into the net
Ouyang
at 12 all.
attack. Just pushes it back. Gives Dukram UV the attack. Makes it successfully this time, and it's 12 all.
Another towel break here. This is a titanic tussle here in what could be the pivotal third game.
Yeah,
The direction of this game could determine the direction of the title.
that's right.
12 all.
12 all.
Ouyang to serve.
Net again.
Oh, in the net. And another game point for Dukram. He now has a chance to go up 2-1.
12. Just has to serve and make sure he gets in a good shot.
That's long, and he takes the game 14-12. Dukram ahead by 2-1 now. And what a battle that was. And has Yuvraj Dukram now put Queen's Park in a position to go on to win this one.
I think Luke wanted to make sure he didn't push that ball because he knew that UV was going to be getting around to attack. So he tried to make a backhand pickup with a bit of spin in it. And it just didn't come off. But I don't think it was the right shot to play.
Well, it hasn't
As a
worked
result,
out.
UV now leads 2-1.
Here's the scores in the game so far. Yuvraj Dukram versus Luke Ouyang, 9-11, 11-2, 14-12. A blowout in the second game, which Dukram came back in a big way. And then he looked like he had taken the game by the scruff of the neck. But real credit to Luke Ouyang to come back and actually had a couple of game points. But it was Dukram that prevailed in the end, 14-12. Now, the fourth game here. And Luke Ouyang has to win this to force a fifth and deciding set here. Time has been called, and Dukram, the second of the two men to get to the table. The pencil slim Dukram will be serving to start off this pivotal fourth game. Hammered into the net immediately. Dukram off and running. Well, the Parkites are feeling it at the moment.
Yes.
Missed that one long. 3-0.
UV has taken a 3-0 lead.
Well, I was going to say that there should be a timeout soon, and it has been taken here by
Timeout has
Ouyang.
been taken. You cannot allow UV to run away. This is the fifth game, the fourth game. He leads 2-1. Can't wait on the fifth game for a timeout.
It may never come.
That's it.
And a good call there by Luke Ouyang. He himself called the timeout because he sensed, look, it's going away from me. Maybe I need a new perspective on things here. Goes to Dennis LaRose, who imparts some sage advice to him. And let's see what change it'll have. He's trailing 0-3 here and trailing 1-2. Well, it's worked so far.
Well played. He kept it very short. As it came long, he was ready for it, and he got in a good drive.
And back into the net. 3-point lead has been restored.
4-1. Again, UV services seem to be very tricky. Somehow the other, Luke Ouyang doesn't have a gauge on those services.
He's putting a huge amount of revolutions on those serves, and Ouyang is struggling to keep up here at the first towel break. 4 points behind. That's long.
Yeah. Good drive. to the good part of the table. 2-5.
And misses long again. And Dukram ahead by 4. If he can win this game, that's going to be the tie for Queen's Park ahead.
He tried to surprise him, but he was surprised himself.
On the attack there, Dukram,
Picks
but
up
into
a
the
cheap
net.
point there. 6-3. Lovely combination by UV. Good backswing. Power hit after. 3-7. So a bit of a hole, look young. That's one way of coming out. A good reverse wide onto the forehand. Couldn't quite execute the backhand that he wanted to execute, and it's 4-7.
Excellent way to pull it back to 2 points.
Wide onto the forehand. UV picks up, but not without much spin. Luke was right there to put the ball away. And it's 5-7.
Second towel break for the players, and now they're starting to feel the sweat pouring here. Anxiety central at the moment between these two players. And that first game, if it was errors true, they've now sort of settled down. Now we are seeing a better quality game from these two.
They have. Let's see.
Oh, what a return that was.
A good return from Luko Young. And it's 7-6.
Long again. 7-all. Wow. Luko Young has to do it now.
And now it's a timeout from Queen's Park. It's a game of twist and curves.
A 5-2 run here for a Young, who's pulled things back nicely here for his team. Well, in the third place playoff, it appears that we've had a reversal there. The Legend, it was 1-all. And they're into game 4, the matchup number 4. Anson Lauke, marquee player for Power Gen. He's up against Kenneth Parmanand. And Kenneth Parmanand, well, that one's 9-all inside the first game there. This one's also tied up at 7-all, but it is Yuvraj Dukram that has a 2-game-to-1 lead. Games to 1 lead. And 7-all at the moment. And here they are. So it's going to be Luko Young to serve. That's long.
Lovely rally. Good exchange. And UV leads 8-7. Luko Young serving.
Look at the celebration there from Young as he enjoyed that point.
As UV doesn't negotiate that service. But it's his turn to serve now. It's 8-all. Good backspin, followed by a good drive. Again, the hand drops.
Well, now we enter the danger zone again. 9-8 here. Dukram to serve. One more for him. That's long.
And now he misses.
That could have been him on match point.
Yeah.
Went long. Young lives to fight another day.
I don't know what's happening here today. I have seen both these players play a lot better than this.
2 serves here for Young. Can he convert both of them?
No spin.
That's long. And a match point here for Dukram. Dukram has a match point. He's ahead 2-1. Oh, Young has to win this point. And he wins it! And that's match point converted, and Tukram takes it 11-9, and he has won this match by 3 sets to 1. And Tukram has put the Queen's Park Cricket Club ahead here, 2-1. And this seesaw battle continues. Douglas putting Queen's Park ahead 1-0. Aaron Wilson pulling it back to 1-1, and now Yuvraj Tukram has defeated Luko Young 3-1. They are ahead 2-1, and it is pressure time here as Joshua Maxwell steps to the table with a 2-1 lead, and Abhay Lal is the man who's in the firing line here for the Carenage Blasters.
Well, Abhay Lal is a defensive player. We're going to see a lot of attempts to try to defend against Joshua Maxwell. How well he can do that remains to be seen. You know, because it's going to be very quick shots. Maybe he's going to attack him. Well, I don't think he can attack him. He wouldn't be able to go toe-to-toe with him attacking. But he has a good defense. So let's see what will happen. The warm-up is showing his versatility, that he can attack the ball, but we all know him to be a defensive player.
Well, will his defensive chops be enough here to overcome the national singles champion? Well, that remains to be seen, but it's heavily favored here for the Parkites to go on to win this one. Joshua Maxwell against Abhay Lal. Lal in the all-black of the Carenage Blasters. And suddenly, there's a lot more enthusiasm in the QPCC lineup here, as they sense they are on the verge of winning their title for the second time in 3 years.
No, Carenage Blasters would have missed Reza Burke, who played for them, you know, in the earlier matches. I think he traveled out, so he wasn't able to play in the final.
Yeah, that certainly would have been a huge miss for them, and his experience also, even when he's not playing, the kind of advice you're going to get from him.
Yeah. But still, they have done very well. When in the semi-final against the powerful Legends team.
Yeah, they took that one 3-1. Arun Rupnarayan winning the first game, and they won the next 3. Aaron Wilson, Luko Young, and Wilson coming back to finish things off against Colin Wong. And we're just about ready for the start of the match here. So it's 0-0, and it's going to be the Abhay Lal to serve here as we starts off with Joshua Maxwell. Let's see how this one plays out.
You notice his chop. He has a styling like some of the Chinese choppers where he chop down, cutting the ball. So a good styling. And he has taken a 2-0 lead.
On keeping a bit low for him.
Yeah. Would he be able to deal with Maxwell's services and Maxwell's power?
Well, just didn't average that one well. Maxwell pulls it back to 2-all, so serve back, revolves back to Lal. As you mentioned, he's very defensive. Immediately as the pressure starts to come, he starts withdrawing from the table, getting into that defensive posture.
Yeah. What he is. Maxwell will just have to work this out very early.
That one just creeps over the net.
Yeah, this net is a troublesome net.
Oh, what a return there by Maxwell down the line to get the point. He enjoyed that. He doesn't smile much, so there was a hint, a ghost of a smile on his face there.
But in the singles, Abailal did pretty well. He did win his group, surprisingly, and then he moved up. I think he got to the last 32, which was quite good for him.
Yeah, and he will certainly carry that confidence into this game. And 5-all, not a bad start for him here. Was there to put away. That one really hopped up. But Maxwell just served up a nice easy one for him there, but he hit it long.
Yeah. Yes, Abailal lost to Yuvraj Dukram in the last 16, is it? Got to the last 16 in the singles, which was a good performance. He lost at 5-5 and 5 to Yuvraj Dukram.
Well, that's a 3-point lead here for Maxwell now against Lal.
But you don't want that chopper to be right up on you. Huh? You want to make sure you have a few points clear of him.
That's moving him one way and then the next.
Yeah, very constructive. Sent him out to the back, brought him in, then sent him out to the forehand. Very good. Again, it takes the net.
Well, he should have put away that one, but now it's game point here for Maxwell. One game closer here. The Parkites. Into the net.
No. Don't try to be so dismissive. Into the net. And it's 10-7. Again, too casual. 8-10. You gotta be careful in these games, eh?
Slicing and dicing his way back into getting closer here. Still game point. And there it is. 11-8 it goes to Joshua Maxwell. And Max is back in front here. 11-8 is the final score in the first game. And Maxwell has taken his team one step closer to their second title. 11-8, 1-0 lead here for the Parkites. A real tall order here for Abailal.
I think Abailal made a lot of points in this game. So let's see if he could continue in that vein and keep close to Joshua Maxwell to make a game of it. But other than that, it looks that as the prediction that the coach was making to Aaron Wilson, that it wouldn't last to the fifth game.
Well, he was predicting it'll be done in 3. Well, that hasn't come to pass. But it's not going to go to 5, according to Stanley Hunt, who's here. And Abailal will now start off just in front of the Parkites bench. So he has the heat of the enemy bench just behind him here. And also down by 1-0. Maxwell to serve and start off the second game.
So a good shot. Good shot. And it's 1-1.
Just chopping that one a bit too long. The Parkite reserves are getting up and celebrating every point here.
Well, it's $15,000.
Yep, that's a pretty good chunk of change there. That's ice money to our producer today, Joel, but to the rest of us, that's a fair bit of money we can work with. Four-two ahead now, Maxwell, at the first towel change. No need for the towel, he says. I'll be fine. Oh, he's decided to go for it.
Yeah, think about it a bit. It's always good.
Chop just a little bit long. Maxwell now up to 4. And that's long. 5-point lead now for Maxwell.
Very fluent attack. Pretty simple.
That was an exclamation point on an excellent bit of phase of play here for Maxwell.
Exploded on him there. It's 2-8.
And that's the other way now, showing his prowess here.
Yeah.
Just walks over to the bench of the Carenage team, just has a stare at them. Carenage applauding, but they're sounding more and more. It's weaker and weaker at the moment here. Brings up game point.
Too much power.
10-3 ahead here.
Abailal is not in that category as yet, so I think their bench was lacking.
7 game points, correction. Now 6. 1 erased here by Lau. Make that 2. Still 5 more to go here. Into the net, and there is the game. Joshua Maxwell. Maxwell takes it 11-5. So that is 2 ahead now. And another brick in the wall once again here for the Parkites. They're just 1 away now from taking the title. So Joshua Maxwell, 11-8, 11-5 against Abhai Lal. There's still Imani Edwards-Taylor and Aaron Wilson to come, but there's a feeling now that may never come.
It wouldn't come. Unless Abhai Lal really starts to do some things that he has never done before.
Right now, the Parkites bench and the Parkites support crew are looking very, very pleased with themselves at the moment. They played unbeaten through the competition, and they're looking likely to go on to win 2 titles in 3 years.
Yeah, and Aaron Edwards has not played. So it means that their team could have been stronger.
So time has been called here. Potentially, this could be the last game of the tournament here for the Queen's Park team. Carenage Blasters getting to the finals, but they are down 2-1. And in this game, Abhai Lal, their player, is down 2-0. And starts off by poking that one straight into the net.
There was some good exchange. The final shot was not up to. That's very good from Abhai Lal. Very good drive. He has decided that he's going to make his shots. Can't just sit back and let Maxwell overpower him. He's going to try to attack whenever possible.
Oh, the chopper's revenge. Oh, that one just crept over the net and to the horror of Lau, dropped into his territory. Well, straight into the net again. And a 2-point lead for Maxwell all of a sudden. First towel break for him. Now the Power Gen Legends match has gone to the decider. Aaron Ruknarayan is back on the table, hoping to close out a 3-2 win for his team and seal third place.
Good.
Well, he's going for his shots. You're saying that's not his game, but
yeah, he's going for it. He's not going to sit back because he's not going to be able to deal with Maxwell's power and Maxwell's spin. So he may as well try to get in some shots there. Yeah. But it's 3-7. So Joshua Maxwell is just 4 points away from helping Queen's Park to lift the title. And he does get in a very good shot.
Well, he's missed about 3 of them, but finally finds his range here.
7-4. I'm sure Maxwell going to return the compliment.
Well, he tried. He did try. That's long.
That's 5-7.
4 points away from the title here, Queen's Park Cricket Club. Their table tennis team. They're dominant in cricket. They're dominant in so many other sports, including table tennis here. Into the net. And 3 points away now, the Parkites. And Maxwell looks like he's just starting off here. That's long. And it's almost deathly silence here as the Parkites ready to celebrate. And the Carenage team, they have called a timeout at the moment. 4 points ahead, and Maxwell just 2 points away. A little smile across his face. He's not one that smiles a lot when he's out there, or maybe off the field. He doesn't really.
He doesn't smile a lot.
Doesn't smile a lot here, but there might be a smile that might crack across his face if they do, in fact, win it.
No, Joshua Maxwell is pretty comfortable.
Maxwell looking to close things out here. He's just 2 points away from the win that will give his team.
Even before the timeout, Joshua was at the table waiting.
He's ready. He's ready to go. Up high Lau.
9-5 and he is serving.
Lau trying to ice the kicker, as they say. That's long. Championship point here for Queen's Park. 4 championship points make that 5. And there it is. Victory here for the Parkites. And Maxwell wins it 11-5 in the third. And that is the title for Queen's Park. Congratulations to the Queen's Park Cricket Club. They've taken this victory over Carenage Blasters 3-1 here against in the finals here of the ICWI Table Tennis Champions League 2023. Congratulations to the Parkites, deserved winners.
Well done to the Parkites and their manager, Merle Bagu. See her there with the bag, and she has been instrumental in getting this team together. You know, so congratulations to her. And Aaron Edwards, who is back as the coach of the team. Full strength here. You know, Blasters were not disgraced at all because they played without Risaburg, and yet they were able to,
Yeah.
be very competitive.
Well, finally a smile on the face of Maxwell. This is the first time we've seen Maxwell smile for the day. And finally, he is looking very happy at the moment, winning
Aaron
2 out of the games here.
Comes across to offer his congratulations to the Parkites team.
And the Parkites team certainly getting the congratulations of the top player of the Carinage Blasters team. And good sportsmanship as always there from Aaron Wilson. And the Parkites' second title win in 3 seasons for them. They've been the dominant team of this ICWI Table Tennis Champions League so far.
And there's a sponsor, and he is happy to be there with the team. He is also a member of Queen's Park. So we see him there, making sure that he's in the picture.
Well, he's just outside of your picture as we're looking at it at the moment. The Queen's Park team getting their picture taken. All the support staff. There's family members also in there. They're enjoying themselves. And Maxwell has the Queen's Park crest in his fingers and just planting a kiss on it. In the meantime, it's 1-0 here in the third place playoff.
Yes, the third place playoff. Aaron Rupnarayan leads 1-0. Josiah Joseph is battling the 14-year-old from Powergen. And Powergen has done quite well. But nobody expected them to be playing off for the third place.
Yeah, they have done.
Legends there, and and Wassa and a number of other good teams, Blasters. And Powergen has been the team that came up third thanks to the playing of people like Josiah Joseph and Amir Mohammed, and of course their 2 leaders who would have been Rod Singh and Anson Lauki. So they put in a good performance, a good shift, and battling there with Legends for that third place and taking Legends. Is that to the 5th game?
Yeah, that is. In fact, Aaron Rupnarayan had won his second game. So they're 2-all. Rupnarayan is the 5th player out there for the Legends team. So he's back on trying to close out the third place playoff here. So we'll just keep an eye on that game for you.
And he will be expected to close off. He leads 7-3. Josiah Joseph is not having that. So he is going to try to push Aaron Rupnarayan. These are the opportunities that young players have to take. You're playing the number 2 player in the country. You are one of our top juniors.
Always the opportunity to take a major scalp in a competition like this.
Yes.
That's where you really attract attention, when you topple the big guns of the game.
That's right. He has gone down pretty meekly in the second game, 11-4.
So a 2-0 lead there for Aaron Rupnarayan. And certainly hope you're enjoying the action here. ICWI Table Tennis Champions League 2023 here on 360 TV. Video Ramful alongside Stanley Hunt and our producers, Joel and Michael, are enjoying themselves today. They're enjoying their table tennis action, and they're also thinking about picking up the sport, Stanley. Where would you start them out? Amateur level or novice, or is there something under that?
Well, I don't know if they have ever played.
Well, Joel has claimed that he can play any sport, so I'm not sure if we'll see where. Is there anything lower than novice? That's where we might have to put in.
No, with some training in no time at all, Joel could be right.
Yeah. We'll give him the benefit of the doubt. He does claim that he has some sportsmanship to him. In the meantime, it's the start of the third game here between the Legends man, Aaron Rupnarayan, and the Powergen man, Josiah Joseph. And ironically, Aaron actually started his career at Powergen, so has a chance to put the hurt on his former team.
Yeah, he's a power gen player. He has been a Hawks player. More Arima Hawks is his club. But the Legends team is a team made up of players from different clubs.
That's right.
You know, they came together through Kenneth Parmanan and Sichan. They would have been the two main members of the team, which would have been Renegades. Hillview Renegades.
Yeah, the power
so
gen
there's
team.
a Hillview base in it and Renegades in it. So
the power gen team would have been in, well, what shall we say, in stasis for a while. And that's why Arun and his brother at the time, they would have moved on to further clubs.
yeah, well,
Power gen back up and running.
I think that Arima Hawks is a strong club. And for Arun to have improved the way he improved, he needed to go to a club where you had a player like Reza Burke and you have people like Dave Williams and Anson Wellington, and a lot of good players are from the Arima Hawks. So he would have gone there to, to get that improvement.
Yeah.
And then moving on to become the top player in Arima Hawks.
Certainly took his chance very well. He has an opportunity to take a chance here to close things out for his team. Just missing that forehand long.
Yeah.
6-3 at the moment.
He's very spinny with his shots, and he has the power. He also is able to defend well. He has the spin, he has the power, he has the defense. So
3 points away from clinching third place there for the Legends team.
you see the versatility of the youngster. He's still able to keep things going there.
It's very, very young, young Joseph.
Yeah.
I mean, he's a tall young man, but you can see the milk on his face, as we like to say here in Trinidad and Tobago.
He's just 14 years old. So,
Yeah. Another one of promising youngsters for TNT. Seen quite a few of them in this tournament, including the youngster we saw on the opening day of the event. That's young Chloe Fraser. She would have also had the opportunity to play in this tournament.
So that's it. Legends have come away with the third place.
Yeah, so there it is. Victory for them. They're in third place. So here's how it's finished here in the ICWI Table Tennis Champions League. Legends in third place. Power Gen finishing in fourth. A creditable performance from Power Gen. Queen's Park Cricket Club, your champions this year. And Carenage Blasters, they're finishing in the second place position here. The Blasters just falling short in the end. So we're getting ready for the presentation ceremony. And that's going to take place shortly here. Stay tuned for that.